Biko share live stream kpọbata ụmụnne gị. Share live stream kpọbata ụmụnne gị. Share live stream kpọbata ụmụnne gị. Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mazidi the teaching magnet, the custodian of the Aru Fonye Panto. Tonight, I sincerely want us to have, even if it's 1 hour concrete teaching. But I think the best thing that we begin the program tonight is for me to make some opening statements. First of all, you see, Milenwilo Kalapu is no longer in Nigeria at this time. Milenwilo Kalapu is in China. Please, I will be very disappointed that for the time Milenwilo Kalapu will be in China. Most of you noisemakers that have been waiting for him to make mistakes or waiting for me to make mistakes, if you don't summon any courage to release a teaching that we will be listening before Milenwilo Kalapu comes back, then shame on you. At least Milenwilo Kalapu will spend 1 week in China. Please, you have a whole lot of 1 week to do something wonderful. Create an original teaching. Let us learn from you. All this while, we've not created a new teaching. You've not seen anything to criticize. Create a new teaching. At least. And because me, very soon I'll travel again. So, please, be bold enough to turn on your camera. Make a teaching. Let us learn from you. You see, the problem of an average human being is what I call the pull him down syndrome. You think it's easy to be an original creator of knowledge. It is not easy. There is this our brother, I think he's from Annam. He started TikTok and Facebook. I brought him to limelight. Yes, I said it. I brought him to limelight. I posted this video. I told people, please follow this young man. He's coming up. This young man wake up one morning. You don't understand my English, no problem. But you woke up one morning and decided to use Mazidibia to shine. Yeah. I said, okay, let's look how far you will go. If I make a teaching, this young man will use it and teach. And I waited and I waiting for one day. Let him make one viral teaching. Since then till today, I haven't seen any. You see, it's not easy to stay on top. It's not easy to stay on top. I know what I'm telling you. I've been in this game for long. To stay on top. Okay? To stay on top. To stay on top is not easy. To stay on top is not easy. Use that energy you are dragging him. Use that energy and drag him when he teaches good. That is all I want. When he teaches nice, you invest that same energy. Repost his teachings. Use that energy. Repost his teachings. Use that energy. Repost his teachings. I know why I'm saying this. It is not easy to stay on top. Sanity, thank you. It is not easy to stay on top. The mistake I've seen Igbo people make is looking for perfection in a human that is giving his best. I'll give you an example. The stupidity of an Igbo man is looking for perfection in Nnamdi Kanu. Let me tell you something. Even if you tell me that Nnamdi Kanu is a criminal today, it doesn't change the fact that is one of the greatest things that has come out of Igbo land. Take it to the banks. If you hate me for it, to hell with you, I don't care. One of the greatest Igbo sons of this new millennium is Nnamdi Kanu. He might not be perfect in all angles, but he's one of the greatest things that have come out of Igbo land. You see, the thing is this. Perfection, looking for perfection, is madness. Just the way I am, any day you wake up and you expect perfection from me, you are outrightly insane, because we are all trying to contribute our quota to humanity. If you say it is easy, do. It's not the megodu. Megodu. It is always easy to stay and look for fault. Oh, this person did not do. Don't you have phone in your hands? Phone, don't you have phones? Turn on your camera. Command the word respect. Turn on your camera and command the respect of the world. Then you will begin to learn how to give respect to people that are trying. Nnamdi Kanu, someone who is very comfortable in the UK, woke up one morning and decided, let me enlighten my people. Let me enlighten my people. It seems like my people is going astray. We've forgotten who we are. Let me enlighten my people. Nnamdi Kanu, all of a sudden, you expect him to be perfect, to do it the way you want it. To hell with you. Why don't you start and do it that way you want him to do it? Start. I was waiting for many of you to start. Someone said something, Mazidibia is so pompous. You've not even seen pomposity. I'm telling you. Because maybe you've tried to intimidate me and you couldn't. And you say I'm so pompous. To hell with you, I'm very pompous. Most of you, if you have the level of information I have, I don't sure that if most of you can do what I can do, I'm not sure a human can approach you instantly. Fault finders, you are looking for, oh, Nnamdi Kanu did this, he went to Kenya, he did this, we told him. Oh, you don't know that he's not perfect. Oh, you don't know. He's not perfect. Even your Jesus Christ is not perfect. Or shall I start reading the Bible for you? Even your Jesus is filled with imperfections. Imagine the so-called Jesus calling his mother woman. Don't you know that I am in my father's house? If you said that to my mother, Mama will mabo agent. If Jesus called my mother woman, I'm not Mama mu Jesus, woman, don't you know I'm in my owalola, mapu gonyen zoputa nanya. But you people are hell-bent on looking for perfection. That is to say, you don't look for perfection in a person. If you are looking for perfection, you are crazy. I'm going to tell you something. You see, Omoyele Sowore is not perfect. But I must give him his flowers. Omoyele Sowore have tried. You hear what I said? Sowore, he's not perfect. But I must give him his flowers. What about Prophet Fela Kuti? He's filled with imperfections. But I must give him his due flowers. A man whose legacy cannot be erased. So you woke up all of a sudden and you begin to ridicule the efforts of people who have given their all. You see, Matthias Ezako, he can never be perfect. But you can never take away his flowers from him. He has done what many cannot achieve. You see Mile Milo Kalabo, he can never be perfect. But he has attained a height many will never attain. Learn to give. You see, Uwazurike of Masob. Uwazurike is not perfect. But Uwazurike has done something your father could not do. But you sit down there and you are pointing accusing fingers. Oh, perfectionist. You are looking for who got it right, who got it wrong. Try now. Someone had the effrontery to go to a podcast and he's calling my name that I should try and set up a research center. The person saying this, with 5 years. Manome Pelono na Simo research center. As if to say no more about governor. As if to say no more about House of Rep. As if to say no more about National Council Chairman. So when I beg you people, give credit, give honor to who that is trying. Whomever that is trying deserve your accolades. It is not easy. It is not easy. The greatest people you can ever strive to awaken in this life, Ogundisioji. The greatest people you can ever fight to enlighten in this lifetime, Bundisioji. The greatest The most difficult fact on ground, I have come to a frightening conclusion that the hardest job on earth is to try and liberate this OG. A young man met me yesterday, said, Mazi Bidibia, can you please Spotify your teachings? I said, it's not yet time. He said, Mazi, please, you will make so much money if you do it. I said, it's not yet time. But I come here, open my mouth, why? At least today, you can hear. I came back from Russia. I discovered that not quite one issue. And the solar is not yet ready. In anoka jen na asu na background. Njegote jen. Banye fuel. Banye oku we na agwa go oku. And you are not paying for it. Because somebody must remind the black man that na ife na efunaria. But do you know, I have every privilege to go to any country and stay, be hosting podcast, attending seminar, as a guest speaker, as a panelist, and be making massive money. But I'm not going to ever chichike. Brother, I can go to any part of the world, as a resource person, I'll be making mad money. But I'm not going to ever chichike. Makana na azo kanke de ba ya lifu. Someone asked me yesterday, what have you achieved? I look at this person. He said, you always say this thing is expensive. I said, let me brief you. For me to meet up this conference yesterday, I took 5 flights. Yes. For me to attend that conference yesterday, I had 5 different connecting flights. I was in Moscow. I looked at my calendar. I needed to be in that conference. I paid extra money to meet up that conference. In Moscow, fly out to St. Petersburg. See St. Petersburg, J Turkey. See Turkey, Nata Abuja, see Abuja, J Lagos, for Makam. See Lagos. Nachiteba Anambra. Inyelo 1 naira n'ime. Oh, you think I don't have family? There are people that need me. Just like the young man making noise on Facebook, that how he would disgrace me in a debate. My biological mother called me this night. And you know, once a mother is involved, my mother sent me that link where the young man wrote on Facebook. My mother said, please, I know you don't want to give this guy audience. For my sake, do that debate. My biological mother, prophetess Uchechukwu, Polomtata, same, made that debate. So even if I don't want to do it, for the fact my mother have intervened, I made the debate. So ebele mebuolu mo onye bialu debate ha. Yesterday, we were seated. Many of you were there. We were seated. About 30 professors were sitting down. Walupe no na ede ife. If I am stupid, yesterday would have proven it. If I am stupid, yesterday would have proven it. But because I'm somebody that I don't make noise, I'm somebody that I don't make noise. Imagine someone that become a professor for the past 30 years coming to shake me. Then he got a 2-page. Just because I decided not to steal the way they are stealing. Feel like I'm pulpit bandit. I will do it better. I will do it better. But I took it on board my shoulder. Somebody must push boundaries. I've seen many people who claim to be intellectuals speaking against Biafra. To hell with you. One of them even wrote an article that Biafra is dead on arrival. May posterity spit on your grave. You don't know. You don't know what we are fighting for. You don't know what we are fighting for. Or you think the beginning of our problem was after the war? No, even the war was not the beginning of our problem. Yesterday we made a teaching. I said there is a disparity between origin and beginning. Not every beginning is an origin. So most of you know the beginning of our problem, but you don't know its origin. There is something about the Igbo race that is very enviable. There is something about the Igbo people that is very daring. That is why everybody jibo gasi. Do you understand? That is why everybody jibo gasi. Are you getting my point? That is why everybody jibo gasi. Please, moderator, don't block nobody tonight. Don't block nobody. Please, don't mute nobody. Now, if I must not do that debate, if I didn't want to do it, for the fact my mother have intervened, I must do that debate. If I don't show you that Ekwensu is Yahweh, shoot me by firing squad. There is the stupid Obina. I sent you request to come up in Atosiojo. I'll be begging you people. Let us learn. Just because something you've been learning from childhood does not mean it is truth. I was talking about something. I was discussing with so many professors the other day, I think last 2 weeks. And somebody said that this thing has not yet been peer reviewed. I said, you see how daft you are. Something that has been proven in the time of my ancestors, before what you call peer review came into existence, is what you are waiting for an European to give you peer review. Shame on you. Dr. Abalaka cured HIV. Has it been peer reviewed? Because they know he's doing it. Dr. Sebi, as at 1977, has been curing HIV. Kedi America me. The owners of the world power want to do seeking validation from your slave masters. When Professor Rago and the rap team at UNN Nusuka converted palm oil to triglyceride esters. Well, palm oil. Where fair plane. Where was your peer review? Where was the European then? It took the European about 50 years to catch up with such. Only Sioji Melie, only Igbo Melie, here in UNN. Where was your peer review? I showed you archaeological evidence, a zoom from Ibuku and Desira, of something our ancestors knew more than 2,000 years. It's only 1976 can the Europeans say Malay Forbo. And you're asking me, where is the peer review? Ewu. Because you want the knowledge to come first from the Europeans. The other day, somebody opened his wide gutter to tell me that it was the white man that did the aeroplane. I said, I spit on you. When Frederick Patterson patented airplane, the Wright brothers never sabi waiting the airplane. They never even dream of it. They stole his patent so that it will not be recorded for him. When Louis Latimer designed the phone, your Europeans never sabi him. Then I went down to Egypt. I saw engraving on the walls, nuclear warhead, jet fighters, carved into stone for more than 5,000 years. As I was reading the Alpha Corpus is telling me deep words. Alpha have known what is plain 5,000 years ago. If our ancestors did not use it, how did they know it? How did we have words like Ofondo, Atolopete, Ijitenambo? If our ancestors is very daft, how did they know the name of several planets, several extraterrestrials? How did the Dogon tribe know of Sirius B star 2,000 years before your Europeans know of it? The Dogon tribe of Mali have named the Sirius B star. They've been saying about the Sirius B star more than 2,000 years before the greatest telescope. Before your greatest astrologers of modern day knew of Sirius B star. And they kept saying that they came from the Sirius B star. Our ancestors says that we came from the Pleiades and Orion, and you are still here doubting. I was telling you people how our ancestors were the owners of Europe, every of Europe. You are doubting. I went to Russia, I took my team to the museum. They saw it with their two naked eyes. You see Big Teddy, you see one of the charlatans, he said bogus claims because it's coming from a black man. But if it came from Mongo Park, it becomes fact. Tell him to come upstairs now and prove his bogus claim. A black man has been conditioned to seek validation from a light-skinned, a pink man. Right before our eyes, Oka, that we all know as O-K-A, became A-W-K-A. 200 years to come. Children we will give birth to, our descendants, we never know that Oka is O-K-A. They will continue to say Oka as A-W-K-A. Our offsprings will never know that there is nothing called Umuahia, but Omahia. They will never know that Okunano is not spelled with AW, but O with a dot on under or dash under. And we allowed our heritage to be deleted right in front of our eyes. Imagine Obu people spelling Obu with AW. Right before our eyes, Ahaba have become Asaba. Ahaba has become Asaba. And somebody will want to write Ogu local government and will start with AW. Right before our eyes, Ogu Igbo has become Afi Igbo. See how they rubbished Abakaliki. The word Abakaliki means nothing to the indigenous people. Go and ask them. Omombala right before our eyes has become Anambra. The Omombala River has been corrupted to Anambra. And I am begging you, let us all wake up. Contribute your quota in defending our civilization, our history, our core value, our heritage. How will I tell my children that a people once tough, once glorious, has become simps? I am begging us, what have you contributed to the Mandi Igbo? Everybody must not be a teacher. Your own support might be ordinary power tapping, ordinary sharing of the live stream. Some of my videos have accumulated millions of views in people's pages, more than my own page. They are doing their job. But out of wickedness, somebody rose to remind us that there is a nation which we fought for with our blood. And Britain, the so-called Britain, United Kingdom, stood in watch and watched every rule of the Geneva Convention violated by Gowon, and they said nothing. Once you are in a war and you blockade food that is meant for non-combatant soldiers, women and children, you are a war criminal. But do you know why Gowon has never been tried for war crime? Because he's doing it for your slave masters. Have you seen them try Gowon for war crime? But he broke every rule of engagement. Our children starved. When I said our children, most of us here are those children that starved to death, that reincarnated with fire in their eyes. And what was our offense? Pogrom was their intent to exterminate the Igbo race from the face of the earth. That was their actual intent. To exterminate the Igbo race from the face of the earth. That was their intent. Their intent was pogrom. Another word for genocide is pogrom. I went to Rwanda. I went to Rwanda in Kigali. I went to their genocide memorial museum. And I was speaking with the Uganda, and they said they didn't know that there was a genocide in Nigeria. I said no, not in Nigeria. There was a genocide in Biafra. A people who Britain wanted to exterminate, and we fought against the whole world. France was watching. Britain was watching. Italy was watching. Germany was watching. Every of the world power, America, was watching. They presumed that they will exterminate us in these 30 months. But we had 3 principles, which I call the RIP. We were resilient. We were very importunate. And our perseverance was nothing to be neglected. We gave our all in pursuit of balance. And it shocked the whole world. It took them by storm. How could these people, a people so small yet so mighty, when men were men, not now. If it happens now, oh yeah, and I was reading the annals of history. How Ikemba just at the age of 33. 33 years in Asoswanu, Nojuku was wrong. 33 years can what I. How old are you? You fell in a 33 years he commanded the respect of the whole nation. He led a brigade, led a battalion. Commanded for the level. Annihilated his enemy. One riffraff was asking, why didn't he die in the war front? You see how empty you are? Because he's a general. And somebody must live to tell the story. Chukwuma Nzogo, Captain Effiong, and all our great ancestors that gave their life. Is this set of Igbo people they died protecting? A people so weak that you can't even defend yourself. I had one boy telling me he's a Viking. I told him, if you do this thing and reach me, do you know, let me shock you people. For all my brothers that are in the fraternity, do you know, if the Vikings of Nigeria defeat Boko Haram, you will engrave your name in the annals of history. Don't you know? If the Buccaneers of Nigeria defeat Boko Haram, you will be officially recognized by every functional government. But you are not good in fighting relevant war. You are only good at causing mayhem in the name of Nebunwake. Nonsense. Asman. And Boko Haram is tormenting our village. Why don't you people do meeting and go and eradicate them? And Nigerian army will bow. They will know that you people are the main soldiers, that they are a bunch of weaklings. But you are flying color. Defending a notion you don't even know the onus. Do you know what the Vikings did? Go and read their records. The Vikings, the Norsemen, they plunder villages and they conquer. Now Boko Haram is doing what the Viking is doing in our land. And you Viking that should Viking them is Vikinging a student. I expect you to use this time to think. This thing that I'm doing, of what benefit it is. Do you know if any cult group wipe off, I'm not saying wipe off Boko Haram entirely. They said that maybe Boko Haram enter Nsukka today. And they said the Norsemen in Enugu state wipe off Boko Haram. Makachukumu ayeso putalu court. Kaije court peputunu. Una amanjenga. That day I go bam. Ine suegede for nothing. Take this to your Capone, record it and tell it to their Capone. I said, let us use these fraternities for something good. I'm not asking you to do it everywhere. Choose one village and show yourself might. Let the government know that way you know. I Mazidibia will fly your color. Other than Gamme Jelu Nunga. Let it be said that as Viking is coming to Benue, that all Boko Haram is running from them. And I, Mazidibia, will become, I will fly your color. As an ass man, they said, these people is trying to enter Enugu, and you people eradicate them. I will fly your color. But for the fact that we are a conquered generation with misplaced priority, get for nothing. If you reach Port Harcourt, I no go hear word. They we and kanka. Let me say something on camera. Do you know this government, these people in power disturbing us? Let it be said that Viking hosted them out of power. That you people led the revolution. Let it be said that this fraternity dealt with these people that is disturbing this country. And I, Mazidibia, will boldly fly your color. In fact, my son go bam. The day na bam, my daughter go bam. If you not be Viking, go be Viking. Because I will say yes, we fought for something. But you said no. You be Capone. Boko Haram Awabogo village. Why don't you bring your boys with the two Sky Jolo? But if they send you now, may you come confirm me, Chobam. We need to do better. How can 001 day Boko Haram they wipe off in village? Of what use? Do you know the Igbo people have court? Just like Viking and Daye. Do you know? The Igbo people have their own cult group before the colonial masters came. We call them the Mbedike. Mbedike. Can't argue. You know, I told you people when I don't know our history. Mbedike is our own Viking. Go and ask your father. Mbedike is a cult in Igbo land. It's only men of valor that joins Mbedike. The best silencers. If you watch Black Panther, you see that mask that Chadwick Boseman was wearing. That is the symbol of everybody in that cult. Mbedike Atwegu. The word Mbedike, the time of the brave, is not for weak men. Do you know how they work? Do you know how they work? If they say that war is coming into this country, that this, let me use Nando for example now, that a neighboring village is coming to attack Nando. All the men of Mbedike court will come out at night. A night prior to the date those invaders will come. They will go to their camp and wipe them off. These are men that bam. They shed blood for the good. The cult group, the Okonko people, these are men that did cultism with sense, with purpose, to defend the boundaries of their land. This is, if you tell me they are tested, the Mbedike men are Selena tested. In a mess, Selena, Boko Haram na chi wipe beg. Let us rephrase our OT today. Let our OT be that, let it be said that Aye defeated Boko Haram in Benue. Aye defeated Boko Haram in Southern Kaduna. Aye defeated Boko Haram in Soka. Aye defeated, let it be said that Baga did this. And I personally will join up and I will rise fast in the rank. Selo, manology ife, selo, manology ife. Mana mili di bae, ndori awak ogo mili di bae. Why don't you sail and kill them? I don't know what is wrong with my generation. We are so weak for my liking. We are so weak for my liking. So weak for my liking. Can't we do better? Oh, somebody stole ballot box in your hometown, in your polling unit. 001, you know matched the person. I make rig election for your polling unit. Capone, you did there. How about now? Do you know we can write our name in the annals of history? Take it to the banks. I have studied Nigeria and I discovered that from now, let me say the one I can defend. From now to 30 years, the people in power has planned secession for themselves. They have planned secession for themselves. From now to 30 years. Take it to the banks. The people in power has planned secession for themselves. From now to 30 years. They don't have any power. They don't have any plan for you. I saw news yesterday. Our dear President of the Federal Republic is trying to borrow another $1.2 billion. For what? But do you know the stupidity in us? An Igbo man must not start a revolution. If a Yoruba man start it, oh, why must it be a Yoruba? If an Hausa man start, why must it be Hausa? If an Efik person start, why must it be Efik? If Igala start, why must it be Igala? Look at VDM and Mama P disgracing themselves. You people are dragging who will be the head. At this point, that everybody need to unite one voice. You people are dragging. Who will be the lead? I don't care who is the leader. I just want to get things done. And at this point in time, instead of us to galvanize, synergize our energy into one voice, and lead a revolution, we said no. Everybody want to be champion. I want somebody to take the lead. I want to follow. Take the lead. He can lead. Lead, let me follow you. Provided there is a vision, I'm there. Every best brain in Nigeria is running out of this country. I visit the embassy at least every month. Every best brain in this country is running away. The best doctor in Nigeria, the best graduate student in medicine in Nigeria is not graduating to practice in Nigeria. He's going to become a happy slave in either UK or America or Canada. Don't mind my word, happy slave. I have my reason. I meant no disrespect. But the same people that reduce us to a laughing stock is enslaving us in a new modern era. This time around, we are being enslaved by our own will. Yes, they pay you well. You earn pound sterling, you earn dollar. But do you know the truth? You are not free. You are meant to live far away from motherland. You are meant to pack their sheets as a caregiver. That is how they reduce us. A new perpetual slave. A people who have nothing. In good stock for you. Yes, this modern slavery is a slave with a payment tag. A slave on payroll. You wake up every morning, you tie your neck, you rush to the hospital, you attend to them. The best brain, all the midnight candle you burnt to become a nurse, is to use it and make an European well, to make Africa well. Because the leaders of this country are so stupid that they can't build an enabling environment. So shameful. Doctors without hospital. Our best brains are running away. Yet they will still recruit you to loot ballot box for them. To break, vandalize, and do any sort of nonsense as their political talks. Whereas their children are in overseas doing their masters and PhD. Welcome to Nigeria, where minimum wage cannot afford one bag of rice. Where minimum wage cannot afford one bag of rice. Tell me how any sector will work. I told somebody, I don't blame anybody corrupt, because the salary he's earning cannot even sustain him alone. But your so-called lawmakers are earning in millions, whereas teachers are not earning up to 100,000. Shame. Any country that does not value their intellectual foundation will forever become a laughing stock. And you wake up every day and you watch your teacher wear one suit one day. You wonder why your lecturer is frustrated because his salary cannot afford one bag of rice. You wonder why your lecturer is frustrated. Don't blame him much. His salary cannot afford one bag of rice. His salary cannot pay his child's school fees. A country that deducts your gratuity from your salary. Pah! Your lecturer. Gone are the days we have teachers' quarters, staff quarters. As I speak to you, I know many teachers that have quit notice. Are you listening? Many of our teachers have quit notice. They are on quit notice now. They've been given quit notice. You know why? Their salary could not pay for their food, let alone to pay for their rent. And I tell you to divert your tithe to your teachers. You think I was joking? Divert your tithe to the elders in the village. You think I was joking? I've picked some of my teachers in my own little capacity to cater for them till death. You can start small. 5,000 will go a long way. Go on now, singing your mother 5,000. They go on the in the end. I'm not all easy. Have your mother eaten? Have your mother eaten? When last did she feed from you? Have your mother eaten? When last did she feed from your pocket? Have your father eaten? When last did you hear from him? I know you are struggling. The peanut they are paying you cannot even sustain you, let alone to remember your mom or your dad. Your mom is sick. She needed a healthcare system that would take care of her. How did she get sick? She fell down doing civil service work. And nobody is taking care of her. Nobody is taking care of your father, who retired as a civil servant. He couldn't even complete his house. The 2-bedroom he's building since 1900. But somebody woke up in this country and had the effrontery to tell you minimum wage. A minimum wage that is not up to what he gives his children in a single day for lunch. Whomever that has sat in the seat of power in this country that have done nothing but wrong, may it never be well for you. May you call for help and it never come. May good health fail you when you need it most. May those children who you stole to secure disappoint you right before your own eyes. If we talk, we die. If we don't talk, we die. So let us talk and die. We have so many people dying every day. I saw a prophet that was shot. You saw someone, the Boko Haram shot him. He's still breathing. If that will be in the Western world, abroad, that pastor will be alive today. You stupidly brought out your phone and you are recording him giving up life, bleeding out, because you want to be the first to post the content. The stupidity of the 21st century. Somebody will have accident. Rush him to medical care. No. Even if I know that there is no medical care, at least rush him to the nearest hospital. You didn't do that because you want to post it first on Facebook so that it will gain you viewers. I don't know what else to say. But thank you, OE 21st century, for making charlatans celebrities. Whomever that is controlling this algorithm, thank you for making charlatans celebrities. You can't advise a son. You can't advise a teenager going to the secondary school now. You can't. He will look at you. Which Benz are you driving? Which Benz are you driving? Which client you hold for work? Which update you get? Are you using iPhone 17? And after all this said and done, the people that is in Zenozo, who are supposed to be the defenders of the customs and tradition, will still collect money to crown a hooligan. When I was younger, I met one on Ezeluo Boafia in Ogidi. He told me that this person, very rich then, in Ogidi, will not be crowned on and also. He's not worthy of an also title. I asked why. He said because his money is questionable. His wealth is questionable. We are a sad generation with happy pictures. Basically, we are practically doomed. Nothing is working. A situation that the best brains has no vision of staying back in the country. Sometimes I weep for my country. I weep for the motherland. I am going to tell you something. This new wave of social media, it will make or destroy us. Is either it make us or it mar us. I told my friends from South Africa, you people are good in singing. One of the best choral group you can ever meet are South African choir. But you don't need music now. You need skill sets to take over vital jobs, to occupy vital positions. That is the only way you can find revolution. But if you continue singing now, the Boer people will never leave your land. To my wonderful people of this country called Nigeria, to my wonderful people of this country called Nigeria, we don't need entertainment so much. I know there is a lot of problem, but we don't need to allow ourselves to forget that there is fire on the mountain. Let our musicians sing music that will remind us of who we are. Let our lyrics command respect. Let our singing be revolution. Let our comedy drive us to change. Let our content redirect our notion to the vision statement. Ina amambem, ihe iji amambem bụ ihe balulu. Let your words speak life. All works and no play makes Jack a dull boy, I understand. But let 90% of your effort be channeled to doing it right. There are many songs we can write. Gone are the days we speak truth with our music. Gone are the days we have prophets whose prophecies are collaborated through their songs, who correlate prophecies, prophetic declarations through music. Majek Fashek, Bob Marley, Mike Ejaya, Celestine Uku. Where is George Atomba? Osilio Sadebe? Ivan Yaguedu? The old Oblibo? Those who use their lyrics. Osemenewan Subayaka? Pati Obasi of blessed memory. Anikula Kuti. People who used their lyrics to command the revolution. No gembuki eji marandi kwerekwe. Don't tell me he's a Christian. Yes. I told you there are men of valor who stood upright in the message of Christ. You can't remove their respect from them. You can't ridicule Patiobas. Gone are the days we have men who sing like Agape Love, Israel Anyanele. Those whose music reminded us of a focus. But do you know why? Because basically we are practically doomed. You listen to distraction in the name of music because you don't understand the power of music. Your reality TV program wasted. I was watching the AMVCA and I was waiting for AMVCA to have a line to showcase the sadness of Nigeria. I didn't see. African Magic Viewers Choice Award. If you use that program as a fashion gala, then it is not enough. If you use that program only as a fashion gala, it is not enough. You've made your name by showing us that yes, Africa can flaunt their fashion. Louis Vuitton was shocked seeing design coming from Africa. Prada, Gucci, Dolce and Gabbana, they were shocked seeing exotic designs coming out from Africa. Yomika Joas, Vicky James and co. Sons and daughters of nobody, carving their name in the annals of history. But fashion is not enough activism. We need to do holistic activism. As we are showcasing fashion, we are also showcasing our pain and anguish. Let them see that we are troubled. Speak to our leaders through your programs. Let your movie command respect that will lead to revolution. Not every time the village prince, they did not know that he's a prince. He's looking for someone to marry. Now, as I speak to you, who has bewitched your mentality? The school you went to is dilapidated. The school you went to, meaning but you are filthy rich. I know the government, it is their job. But you will ego iji atụ n'ukwu nwanyị na club. Onye bonza ibem, onye koromoto. What can we do? Our little individual contributions can make sense. We can create revolution. If we call for protest now, that is when you know you will loot somebody's shop. We are protesting so that they will understand our pain. You will turn it to looting time. The ladies will turn it to twerking time. They will turn it to street carnival. And I look at the mentality of the people I will go to revolution with. And I look at this generation, I say, pitiable, oh ye happy slaves. What is the lyrics of your favorite musician? Empty. Those who are fighting for you are trampled, locked up, and imprisoned, sentenced to naught. A young man spoke against the Nigerian army. They carried him. And this is a country that you want me to be proud of. This is a country you want me to be proud of. Every sector has been corrupted. And that is why the best they could do is to be funding your so-called daddy GOs to sell you hope that the Lord says that you hold your peace and you will fight your battle. Your biggest daddy GO are government puppets, but you don't know. The real prophets are in prison. The real prophets are haunted. The real prophets are banished from their land. The real prophets are under threat of arrest or death. But your fake arranged bandits are people you celebrate. How many followers did Nnamdi Kanu have in his glory days? Not up to 150,000. Not up to 170,000. Not up to 200,000. Or how many Kema in Nnamdi Kanu? But your celebrity that you are following, that you learn absolutely nothing positive from. You can't like him. He's not perfect. You can't expect him to be perfect in all angles because he's a mere mortal. But he has done something worthy of emulation. If not for anything, his contribution to the struggle will never be forgotten. Oh, Madogame. You should have done it like this. You should have done it like this. He is now in prison. Do it that way. Let me see. There are three types of people: the generators, operators, and destroyers. There are people so endowed that they generate ideas. There are people whose job on earth is to operate the idea, to nurture it from idea to manifestation. But there are people who are destroyers, fault finders, naysayers. Are you a generator? Are you an operator? Or have you sworn to always be a destroyer? May posterity spit on my grave if I should become a destroyer of any worthy notion. Start something. We need a revolution to change this country. This country will destroy itself by itself. If you are still in Nigeria, you won't understand. Nnamdi Kanu is in prison, and you are stupidly claiming to be DOS. And your team, you can't galvanize people and lead. And you people are creating factions. I told you, every noisemaker is relevant. Every noisemaker is relevant. Who did Nnamdi Kanu empower? No problem. Empower somebody. Maybe his own quota in this struggle is to be the one to make the relevant noises. Your Bible said, for Paul planted, Apollos watered. He has planted. You should water. Oh, madam, water. Mekenen. All I want is something. Let us move our nation forward. The government has made our kings puppets. The fear of losing certificate. A situation whereby your religious leader is now placing hands on the head of our so-called kings. Imana look up na Igbo. Mara de emetu onye nze aka n'isi. But you don't know. I am not here to massage your ego. If my truth will kill you, let it choke you. To whom much is given, a whole lot is expected. Our women have suddenly started glorifying latchkeys and delinquency just to thrive. Our men have started practicing so many illicit things at the climax of life. This is all we could do. The distraction is too much. We don't even know who is who. May we not lose ourselves in search of ourselves. I'm going to entertain questions from everybody. The good, the bad, and the ugly. At least 10 questions. So instead of you to become a keypad warrior, this is time for you to come up. Bring in constructive argument. The floor is open. Please, if you don't have a question with respect to what I'm saying, kindly cancel your request. And once you come up, turn up your camera. If you can't turn up your camera, don't come up. I need to look you eyeball to eyeball so that eyeball to eyeball. When you come up, turn on your camera. State your name and where you are calling from. And that will give you answer of respite. Thank you. Remember the instruction. Turn on your camera. Mute yourself. Turn on your camera. Moderator, each person has 10 seconds to on camera. If not, take them down, please. I don't have time. Thank you. Your name and where you are calling from. You muted yourself. Unmute and speak. Position yourself in a way I can see you boldly. Who took her down? Who took the lady down? Who is that lady that was taken down now? Report back, please. Please bring that lady back. Emotic pride, stop making noise in the comment section. Send the request. I just checked, you didn't send the request. Turn on your camera was the simplest instruction.
Because Mars, a little bit more careful and followers because
There is no apology tonight. The instruction is instruction. Turn on your camera. Turn on your camera. Brother, do I look like a child to you? Moke be on a live stream and mellow your song. For this generation, Alo Melmanuna Amaro. Doctor, please send request again. Doctor, send request again. Doctor, please.
No. Bring me down. I'm not to 1,000 followers.
Doctor, please send request again, please. Then turn on your camera, sir. Thank you. If you don't have a question, you can make a candid contribution. Very constructive. Thank you. Turn on your camera, please. Thank you. Your name, sir?
Afamuchukuma.
Okay. You are comfortable with the Igbo language?
Yes.
Go ahead. Your contribution or your question? I'm listening.
Oh, something about dinner my village.
Oh. Ana m ata afọ ndị isi ojii. Hey. Oh.
I never reach 1,000 followers, so
Please, if you are not up to 1K followers, cancel your request. Una atas na ma afọ eji nkwu arụ.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello, Mazi.
yeah, welcome, sir.
Okay, fine.
The audible, sir. The audible, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me move the earphone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Na
thank you.
na-emelụ ụmụ Igbo adịrọ mfe. Maka na one thing I've come to realize na most people don't get the flowers when they can still smell them. Anyị dị mma na be anyị ala Igbo, anyị dị mma ya na-eme bụ onye nwụ ewu o mekwalụ nke o mee nke ọzọ, mana mgbe ọ dị ndụ ka ihe ime wee si ya jisikwa ike. So dangerous ka nskwere gị jisikwa ike. Maka ya na ifugo na ihe na-eme na live stream gị n'abalị a gosi na anyị need Tinubu ka ọ na-achị Nigeria. Simple instruction people can no follow. On day na ịzọpụta. Mana contribution na abụrụ ọzọ bụ na Nigeria, one thing is missing. Love adore Nigeria. There is no when you put bad leadership just falls back to one thing. One thing. There is no love. Here again, how do we get people to start loving each other? Like I've been a kind of society whereby, just like you said, mad now when you have to come make video about the husband. I'm from a same society whereby like they're just so comfortable. So many rubbish in it. But no single love. What happened? That's just one thing we should focus on. I can enter revolution. Yeah, give me my wipe one day on easy. No. Now 10 years, we will reverse back to what it used to be. So I remember my contribution to you. Kiyamu ikime. Kai madu fago yuananya. I for madu kai boy madu. I mean revolution now. Believe me, the younger generation, in fact, they're even worse than the Nazi Nigeria. Kita. The younger ones are worse than the Nazi now.
This is my reaction to what you said now. I think at this juncture, the curriculum, there is a subject we call the civic education, right?
Yeah.
Wow. I've not seen a subject with so much potential yet yielding nothing like that subject. I will explain. Do you know civic education is supposed to teach us intrapersonal relationship? Are you listening?
Yeah.
Do you know, as I speak to you now, somebody still throws something out of the window of a vehicle? Do you know somebody doesn't put seatbelt? Do you know what he said? Police are on the side that tell me not put seatbelt. Zero accountability.
And the police, somebody for his safety.
He's not doing it for his safety, but because na road safety, I'm not side. Are you getting my point? So you see, we need a total overhaul of mindset. In beat traffic. Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
So I'm saying we need holistic reform from head to toe.
I don't know. I just feel like maybe if we can get a leader like Ibrahim Traore, Obidodi somewhere.
No. Nigeria cannot be fixed with a good person. A mild person cannot fix this country. This country can only be fixed, if at all it, but I think the country is beyond repair, by a good tyrant. Do you see the paradox? Yeah. Somebody as dreadful, because we need to annihilate many souls, including me if I mess up. You won't understand. You won't understand. I mean every word I'm telling you. You see this country, the level of decay in this country, every sector is affected.
I just personally, as long as Nigeria, this is my own personal opinion, as long as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria has never been a nation. The biggest problem was Nigeria, but with our founding fathers, they knew this was never a nation. They couldn't learn from Gandhi. When Gandhi took over and his team took over India, they asked some people to leave. And look at where India is today. Pakistan and Bangladesh had to leave. If our founding fathers, people say when during the days of my school, say heroes, they are not heroes. None of them are heroes. I'm sorry, I know that this might offend, you might consider it offensive because I know you like to protect, people's achievements and all that. But me personally, as Mbakotchukwu, none of our founding fathers are heroes. Because to be a hero, you have to think about home first. To me, basically, that's why I consider you have to. And the Bosinana Mama say no help.
Do you know? Yeah. Do you know of the man called Antonio Nahoro?
Nahoro, no.
Antonio Nahoro was one of the person that said in his bill for independence, he said, should any sector or ethnicity or tribe decide to go away to be independent, that after 25 years, they should be considered. Have you heard of this before? This is what our Antonio Nahoro wrote. But your brother told him to delete the voice note. So let me tell you this. This is where, if we want accountability, this is where we'll start. Do you know the council of your ward?
And in the village or where I used to live in a township.
Your village and your township.
I know the one of township, but I don't know the one of the village. But I know at least I know by PG.
Do you know the chairman of your local government?
Yes.
Do you know how many billion or million the chairman of your local government receives each month?
I'm not. That information cannot be exposed by them. It's
Now, what I'm saying is that accountability is what pushes for transparency.
It's true.
I get my point.
True.
I get my point. So we have to start from the grassroots. There is something I said there. Yeah? I said something. I said if chief priest You know chief priest, Cubana chief priest. Let me say it on camera. You can record and show him. I said, if this chief priest ever win primary, then if he win this primary way in contest, I will know that there is nothing like ordinary.
Why do
You
you
hear what
say
I
so?
say?
Why do you say so?
Chief priest said what we considered orthodox. He said a taboo with his mouth.
Ndị Igbo bụ ndị mere na that statement.
That statement, posterity will spit on his grave for that very statement. The day he made that statement, the unction of glory left him. Oga asogide gana tiloku yali okwu a. From that day okwu okwu a, ugo etunyeli n'isi arapugi ya mana omaro. Hear what I tell you.
Ọ daa na ọkwa mmadụ 14 tụnyere ya after ka ọ ketara ego.
Listen to what I'm saying. If somebody like chief priest could boldly desecrate everything the Igbo people stand to represent, and though we near political seats,
Abena nke chief priest. Honestly, me on a personal level, I'm here giving my opinion. I don't care who gets offended. First of all, to me, he deserves nothing. I made a video telling them, you guys are doing city boy. The biggest city boy is in Sokoto. People cannot lock Nnamdi Kanu up and be telling me city boy. Can't you negotiate with them? Mago and Obi Nwoba. Can't you negotiate with them if you want us to be involved in this city boy thing? Release Nnamdi Kanu, even if his house arrest. Let him, don't give him any phone, don't give him internet. Keep him in Aba. Let him stay on house arrest. It's better than just keep him in Sokoto. At least let him have access to his family. I made a video saying that. Yeah, Ibotic pride, they put that cap in front to talk.
Enya bi ito ma machi egi nti na mo na ga bro bo ke odi nsusu obu abogote ngenu ki na eme big man onye ka ebo
What can we go do first? Go the can feel onye obu.
I cannot remove my card.
to hell o to kete ba gbogbo ge ba ye no onye ka ebo ilijula afọ.
So honestly, that I've never been his follower. I don't care about what he's doing, you know. But just that we live in a time whereby our youth are misguided. That's why they are following him. By now, Chief Priest is not supposed to have up to 100,000 followers on his page. What is he doing for Igbos? He had the effrontery to be in a car with Pella, saying that poor people are bashing him online. Like, how can he start? Poor people that cannot buy camera. But these are the poor people that you expect to vote for you. So, like, only can watch Taraja, as in Taraja.
No, this is my point. Let me explain what I mean now. You see, having political differences is not my problem.
Okay.
I am not a party to somebody that said, why must you join this party? I don't care. You can join any party. Right to freedom to vote and to be voted for. But you see, at the climax of whatsoever you are doing, never you make the meaning statement. I said something. You see, this statement Obi Kubana said, Ndi Igbo amarife, he will ever live to regret it. What you can record and say to him, Obi Niyebu, for that statement, Ndi Igbo amacharife. Hey, Chireke. See, you might think, Nife Zugolo ni no wa. Mana, nenu na anya so ken, you very, very empty. Nothing inside of you people. Negodu doku nukulu with onunu.
Honestly, they don't care. That's just why the point I'm trying to make here with my...
Negodu John Nugiku. Negodu CP. I don't care. Ego no bu na enyel guy. I don't care. One me business gi. Na Lego me city boy. I don't have problem. One no look an alo. I understand. Obasa hom. Yen jaso nke ani Igbo. Come no so ndi Igbo na what yen nekwu. Na Lego me ihe obu na ị na-eme. One businessman ka Igbo. Mana eji na onu yi ji eri ji na ede. bụ ndị nna nna gị ha ọnụ. Imepe ọnụ ijeli ji na ede maka na ifil na iji 1 naira wee tetọọ agbụrụ gị tie akwa.
Maazị butuo ịma ihe ma ha mara ya dazụ ndị a chọrọ nna nwa gị na-ekwu nke bụ eziokwu ha chọrọ na-abịa kpọrọ m ndị achọrọ maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. Onye ọbụla achọ ọdịmma ndị Igbo ma ihe ọ ga-eme. Ọ nwere ndị achọrọ ọdịmma ndị Igbo. Ọtago a ga na Chukwu asị m na m ga-ekene gị o jisi ike n'ihe na-arụ. It's noisy. I know it's noisy. Jisi ike. You can just talk, do your part. You can't do it all. You know, you are playing your part. You can't.
There is only one thing I will tell you guys. Ka m gwa unu eziokwu. Listen, ife gbasara ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị nwanne ekere ka ọ bụ. Do you know understand what I mean by ekere? It's a game. Ekere ka ọ bụ. Ị na ife na-ekwu. So I don't care game nke ị na-agba. I respect you for that. You know look at mmadụ why you join your party. And I'm not that daft. You can't fool me with party. Ọ dị nọkịta etu absolute nọkịta ọ sịghị na maka na ọ na-apụ ga na mmụ nkụgharị aka. No. The point is this. What is your core value? Kedu ka esi mepe ọnụ kwuluo ndị nna nna gị fa? I've made a post warning you people saying, once camera is in front of you, be careful of what comes out of your mouth. Once camera is facing you, be careful if facing no apata. Generations will judge you with that. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if a chief priest will be metata that will repair that single statement. Nandi Baya Machaye. That is what Obi Kununa said. Nandi Bobunde Melinanya. That is what Chief Priest said. I don't know if Unweikim also empower 1,000 persons tomorrow. It wouldn't nullify this statement. And I'm not saying no, no, that's not what I mean. But I'll give you a hint. Only if you get men or irrelevant. Only if your generation irrelevant. Not that your children will die, they will be alive. They will be prosperous, they will be rich. But I'll give you hints. I'll give you hints. The great name Nandi Azikiwe. Kedu mmadụ say no na Azikiwe balu ayu lukita.
Not even one. Not even one. Like his children, the greatness of his children, like the great self. No,
don't get me wrong. I'm not. This is not about the children. So I am trying my best to honor the memory of whomever is his children now. No. My point is this. Do you see as great as Naya Zikiwe? Always Betemazo.
Boga, he stands against Biafra when born at Bojuku rebel Nina.
That's what I'm see as I see. What am I trying to say? You can start fine, but end so woefully. I'm not saying nago getata. I'm not saying nago ya go fechi, but I'm saying no nwere otite mmanụ o nwere ugo Chukwu na-etunye ndị Igbo ijiri maka ga-etupu ya n'ezinụlọ gị. They will not be hungry, but
ndị ada afụ ndị bekee dị na America generation to generation ị ga na-anụ ọnụ ha. Their descendants can empower.
You see, whether Kennedy people are in power or not in power, what Kennedy stood for in the annals of history, America will always regret assassinating Kennedy. The same Israel Kennedy na war of Amakia. Okuya Jiwani neketa. So this country I know in I see Britain. You see Britain? I was watching one movie. I think I will make this post tomorrow. I was on air watching a movie. The name of that movie is Nuremberg. Nuremberg is a city in Germany. That is the name of the movie. So the movie was depicting how they tried how they tried the clique of Adolf Hitler.
Okay, Nazi soldiers.
Yeah, I recorded one scene in that movie, though it does not have voice. But the scene said, how do you expect me to try this man with an unwritten law? I said I will post it for Moto Show.
Where is the law?
It's in my phone. If I check, it may be in this one I'm using to stream. He said, how do you expect me to try this man with a non-existent law? What I shouted in that movie, Omoto show me the law. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Now my point is this. It is easier to point accusing fingers. But I can boldly tell you, if see this Ibotic tribe, Nje village, you already heard Maria.
I'm not proud of himself for going to Nigeria.
He's known for nothing. I will tell you what I mean that he's known for nothing. I mean no disrespect, just get my point. You see the way you are now. Maybe old women will be saying, oh, you used to help us to cut down palm kernel in a gulaya for free. Are you listening?
Yeah.
You did not give them money, but you empowered them.
It's your strength.
You might be charging money from them. Oh. Are you listening? But maybe the normal charge is 400 naira per palm kernel, per palm head. But you are charging them 200 because you consider them old women. Let them use the 200 and
arrest 1 million.
What will you be known for? Kedife Jimalge. So I'm not asking you to start big. I'm not asking you to be known on earth with much, but Kandibu Numeli Ife Jimalge. What is your contribution to humanity? What is your contribution?
What do you?
Thank you.
What?
I'm going to you.
Wait till you also.
Dalushina.
I got really good. See you.
Hello. Please, I wish a lady would send a request. I need to hear the perspective of a woman. Sincerely. I want to hear the perspective of a woman tonight. I need to hear a feminine perspective tonight.
Hello, Mazi.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me not beat about. First off, I've noticed that Nigerians are entitled people and we're also selfish. Some time ago, I recently came to Port Harcourt, so I went to Obibo Express. So on the bike, the road was so terrible that I was offended in my spirit. I was complaining so bad. The bike guy now asked me, as the thing they vex you like this, come help us walk am now. I now asked him, where is the house of the local government chairman or the councillor, like the ward councillor? In fact, the local government chairman, you know his house because you are a transport person. And then he said, why did he ask? I said, because you people that plow this road, you should go to his house and hold a protest. He suggested I did it myself. That is one of many scenarios. Somebody in the comment section some time back asked, all these things you're saying, what do we do? I think the best place to start is to be our brother's keeper. Because if you're your brother's keeper, when his life is at stake, you will not bring out your phone to do a recording. The first thing that will run through your mind is to save this person. That's one. And secondly, because we are no longer our brother's keeper, even in our immediate environment, the place where we live, it's been 1 month now. I suggested that the men and even the women sometimes we just move around our settlements at night and see how it just feels at night. Just move around. Just be your own security first before you expect security agencies to come to your aid at any given point in time. Why not be your own security first? And nothing has been done about it. We have people, strange people living in our environment, and I talked about it, but nobody cares, basically. So what I'm trying to say is we need to be our brother's keeper first. You need to love your neighbor first before we can even think of going for, hey, we want to change Nigeria. How about we help our brother first, the next person, the person living in the next door. So as much as we like money, and when we get money we just act like every other person is beneath us, we're also entitled. We believe that what this person has, it should be mine too. And we're selfish. We humanity has, even though whatever we're facing in the country right now is by design, but we like it too much that we forget who we are. We forget the things that make us human. So this issue of changing Nigeria is going to be really long, but as you're talking, we're listening, and eventually other people will come up and they'll start talking too. So hopefully there's going to be a change. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, and thank you for representing the feminine very well. I am grateful for your contribution. Thank you. Please, I would love 3 more women to speak tonight. 3 more women at least. At least. Some people are Marambola Jibulu and a live streamer. Are you telling me no more women in this live stream? Chai, alileli bukwam. No more women. Onye ba ike don meli. Bagote nenu ki ai kenene nna kedie. Asikwana ba bagote nenu kai kenedi woki we gbadabaze no. nna ochie nlive nkwu tagwa ya women please. Okay, the topic of tonight's discussion. Hold on please everybody. Nna ochie, good evening sir.
Nna m kedie
Adịkwa mma sir.
ka email
Adịkwana m mma.
unu na-adọga
Mma na ikwu nne m dịbụ unu.
nwaada m ka ịbụ
Ikwu nne m dị na arụ ụmụ ayọm na abụbụ na
okay
ụlọ.
okay
Ndị mụtala ọpa akụ eji ike.
okay abụbe ndị ụnụ ka nke na-eme nụ.
Ife dị mma. Anyị na ozi ọma mgbede.
Anụ m anụ okwu unu na-ekwu okwu na-akọ sị ọ ya dị mkpa ka ị na-enyebe nye ndị mmadụ recap so that onye jos join ya ma ihe a na-akọ makwa olukwu isi wee tinye ọnụ.
Deje ka mme ya ụdị ahụ.
Mm.
Deje daalụ.
So ibi na-eme dị mma. Ị na-enlighten a lot of people bụ matakwa ebe esi bido makwala ebe anọ makwala ebe na-eje. Dị ka anyị nwa nọ na masị isi mmiri o nwere iwe anyị nara ahụ anyị abụjugo anya, but the thing is that even na-eme na this country ka ọ bụrụ iwe ihe aja ọsụsụ ite down, ọ bụrụ iwe mmadụ ya aja ọsụkwu nọ iwe ya emekịta nọ iwe ya emekịta iwe ya emechi. From analysis ndị mmasị gị na ebe nsogbu ka dị bụ followers, the masses, the citizens. They take about 65 to 70% of the problems, because Amaromuka, like somebody mentioned earlier, majority of the citizens are worse than the people in power. They are worse than them. Because how do you tell me now? For instance, let me just cite an example for you. In Abuja, there's this thing called manhole where water used to exit the main road so that you don't have water lodges.
Ezukpuwe.
Ezukpuwe ndị onye bịa n'ime ndeli onye ahụ Europe o jelesi ndị na-eme iwe iron and the rest of it. What do you call that? What do you call that? Onka awa bụzikwa government. Weli iwe nye yiketa sị ngị je ekele ndị mmadụ iweli gbakpuo n'ime ụlọ. Or government mere nke ahụ. But you know, even though the large number, a very reasonable percentage of the citizens are the cause of these problems, but the government in power can also play a very vital role. They can play a vital role. Leadership can change things overnight, but they are not doing it, and they are not owing on to that responsibility. And they will say you are jealous of their achievement, you are jealous of their victory, is because you did not get, that is why you are jealous. If you have the opportunity to, you might not even talk, you might not do this one. But you know, the danger people don't understand is revolution, that a lot of people are calling for revolution. Any day revolution will happen in this country. It will be a course to study in the whole world. The history of that revolution will be, a special course for people to undergo in the course of their studies. Oya drama. It won't be nice. And it's looming. Only those who are wise, who have foresight, will understand that this is actually looming. That revolution will not be something that somebody called. Nobody will call for that revolution. It will happen on its own. It will take place on its own. It will have no leader. And that is one of the most drastic revolution you can ever get. It has no leader. No, on its own. Autopilot. That is one of the most dangerous revolution you can ever come across. And that is what is looming in this country. And I tell those who care to listen, the outcome of 2027 election will decide the continuation and the existence of this country. I tell people, but they feel like, but let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. If you are a leader and you are not doing right, you know you are not doing right. Everybody, you know, you don't need to be told. But you know, pride and ego will make people like it is honorable when the style of your leadership is not helping people and people are suffering from that leadership. Honorably resign and leave. You'll be remembered that a time came you couldn't and then you just let go. It's not being coward, it's a sacrifice the country will not forget. It's a sacrifice. But you know, people don't understand and they just keep saying and what have you, while others are suffering, looking for what to eat. Then Kobo na beer around 13 o'clock. Huh?
Mba owo bia because ana ma
Can you
ana ma chonwa juice ana ma chonwa ana ma chonwa all juice
no,
a little laughter a little laughter is even helping because you were moving so I think it helps. It helps.
Oh yeah, Demma, it's gonna be all right. Even in Demma, but we need to wake up. We need to wake up. You know, any who animal watch who Kubana chief priest, who Obi Kubana and the rest of them. These are people I know. And the reality is Oburonyo Obuna is born a leader. No. Just the same way you go to a motor park. Oburonyo Obuna is driver enwele agboro. And agboro ya agbasi agboro ye ike. But he can never be a driver. Why I say that no na alu agboro for more than 20 years. Man no mara anya moto because oya anya wutere.
Exactly.
It's the same thing with leadership. Everybody cannot be a leader. All the kwanive gbasala okwu eji onu ekwu. Oburu onye obuna mala okwu ekwu.
Okwu dinka.
Especially in public. Especially in public because obuni mazi okwu ekwu. Ịpụta n'ikpo ndị mmadụ wee kwu okwu. Ịda ada okwu. Oburu onye obuna ebu ite gị. Ndị ebu ite gị na-ada okwu ikwulu bụ ndị abịa na-explain izi na ive melini na ive. Oburu onye obuna emewuli gị nye. So the actual fact is, I was disappointed when I heard that onto that you are now surrendering to what?
Even Gowon said no victor, no vanquish.
No, why you are surrendering on what basis? Are you surrendering for what? or that in agwabake where ebelegi we melive. What exactly? Like you rightly said, I have friends across party lines. I have associates across party lines. The fact that I'm in NDC and you are in APC, we are not enemies. It's about interest. Bianwa kamu chwa kwa kiyili. How will we put the
even na-eme ka m gwa ka ị na-agwa ya ebe a o butere ozu obi ka ndị
kwa ili
mmadụ
ma ha nọ na mmadụ ka ịbụ.
Ọkọgọ ndị awụwo nọ.
o butere ozu obi gotezie m
Ịma ha nọ na mmadụ ka ịbụ na ebe ibulu iti ogbu gị debe n'ezi.
Ọnyan ọgụrụ mana ọla n'ụlọ abalị. Mgbe na-asị a mmegebe gị ntị na-alịpụta.
Gogo Krista yiri folo ka ụmụ agbọghọ na-elele gị anya nne dị.
So ọ bụrụ na ibe na-ekwu chief priest na-alụ anụ okwu. Ọgwụ na-anụ chief priest na-akọ ya elibe na-akọ ya jisiri ike na-akọ ya eli amahwana na ndị mụtara nọ n'ebe ịlụ nọ young boy ka ịbụ dai anyị na-ete na-edisivu gị ịmara na ịkalịgo
ọ karịwo nke anyị na-emeri
in the next 4 years on bịa Lagos for 50 years birthday.
Ọ bịa Lagos ka ọ bụ ebuzigharị ndị ojiana
o wụ ga-emecha ọ bụla nwa ya ebu aja na ọ ya eme ya n'anya taa.
Ọ ya dịkwa mma.
So my brother Obulumuka Ohu chief priest wulu Oguteria. Then kedu m abịa bụ Obi Kubana na onwe egwu bịala na-edozicha okwu okwulu ebe BBC Igbo jelmente na-edozi mana okwu pụrụ na-apụgo
okwu adapụgo na ọdapụgo
ọ dapụgo o nwere ozi mmekwete dị n'ime bụ ihe mgbalị simple
na mụ dala ada okwu gbalị
sisi gbalị na ibe ikwuru na ikwuru ozi
eze na message na mbete reply
so that is what I feel should be done, but in all honesty I'm not so bittered about that statement. I'm not so bittered about that outing. These individuals do not represent the Igbos. No, of course not. So, but I feel but
yes.
Do not of a race to disrepute. No, I won't allow that. My business, give up but no, it doesn't make sense. You know, it doesn't make sense. And then I also saw another video they posted where himself and this Pella were discussing, and he told him that the president Tinubu doesn't trust him. That is why blah blah, because he supported P2B before. Man, did you even think of these things before you made that statement? So you knew he didn't trust you, and you were taking such a very radical risk.
Nwaavụ na-ada okwu ibe njisu nke a n'Igbo nwaavụ na-ada okwu nwaavụ na ọ na-azụ ọsatọ ọnụ ọ na-asịtọrọ ibe gbasatarịa o nwere ibe a na-ekwuru ekwu ngwa n'ezie nwatakịrị dị arọ na ọ mụta nwere nwatakịrị abụọ na-atụsa alị ọnụ
and he was guiding nwaavụ
ahụta.
So on the abịa gwa owu esi na ndị Igbo ehugo owu. I support Tinubu in 2023 with my full chest. Onwere ebe ya avụ n'ime video mo post mmeli ebe mkpọrọ Peter Obi. Onwere ebe ya avụ ebe nsi na ndị Igbo mere nke ma ọ bụ ndị Igbo mere nke ọzọ. Is a choice, is my right to belong to whatever association I want to. But I didn't speak bad about him. Okay, today Munia knows the party. Koroko kesede.
Onya bive a na-ekwu no uche ka eji eme nwa bive a na-agba ekere a na-agba. Gada na-ada okwu.
So that is what I feel. Oburo okwu obuna mmadụ pụta edebe ọnụ ya ikwu okwu. So And oge mmechara iwe mmili na nke Tinubu oge ọbụla ewejele my CV ava eji malụ m popular name eji malụ m bụ MC Tagwai. My CV ya eburu MC Tagwai. Iwe CV m ya ebu bụ ava m Obinna Simon. Nya bụ iwe CV m ya ebu. And abụrụ na Obinna abụ asị na ọmọ Igbo ni ebuli tụrụ ka n'akụkụ asị na ya enyere m appointment ive ndị ọzọ si ebe m wejela appointment letter wee ive na CV m a consider mmechesi mba bụ na Boko Cleanser bụ nwanne nwoke abụ ya si na ewelu m ọlụ nsi chukwu ajụ ya ka nje rọva onugbu
ka mmegi manager company ma ịgba ọsọ
manager company gị na-eme bụ ka nje rọva lụgo onugbu
ka Tenkobo tila ya nụ ka m wee nwa Boko Cleanser asị ele dị m n'obi Tenkobo tila ya
ọ sị mfada na akpọgo bụla ka chibun
ala ngwa n'ụla wee dị Tenkobo unmute and speak to us nwanne m welcome sir unmute sir unmute
sorry all right ndewo nụrụ nwanne
deje nna ahụ
ihe m nụrụ m jiri gbagote it is my brother na-ekwu maka the individuals. Also, the government with the problem. The individuals are also the problem. Or example of government rochoso, Madagazuru cover with a garrison million. In that context, all is very easy. You know, I tell people the mind of a man is the standard of a man. Well, once the mind is gotten, the man is gone. And when you're not gonna why is as well as now why in a why on a meshakara. Mbosobili you through be the woman. Mother now already again you on your show. I say no, I like him like that. So the mind of a man is the standard of a man. If you have a family that every morning as a father, and we one particular place by the corner of your house, every morning put there your memory. I got your memory. And you get the memory there also menala. So it is only you, the father, can redirect your children and say, oh, you usually memory there. That is how life is.
As the leader of that house.
As the leader of the house.
As the leader of the house.
No,
yes. Yes, as the leader of the house. As the leader of the house, all what be done your memory that place. Every morning, it has become a norm that in the morning, me no there, they will go there, go peace. So until you, as the leader, the owner of the house, it was here, they will redirect their mind.
Yes. Even in you no, you just boss in your family.
Yes. So that is the system. The government, the people on top are corrupt to go the government, the system. That the system is following suit. That we are living in a corrupt system, so everything is corruptible. Until the government on top, put a stop. It places a standard in the system of living. Those who are coming under will follow suit. So, honorable Frogara na highway gazoshi government rocha. Obrugenobi that which government be this one? The one when they look after us, I've been the one when they look after us. Now I go collect government property, go sell them. All the mindset do you do that thing. Ona hezu and the matter no wo shi go nezu. Ona hezu man no man no maybe gonna give me be. We are living in a corrupt system where even the government actually made into. So let me go and take it. Man, in a place, Abia, for instance, more Imo State. Abia Imo State, and when Imo State were like 200,000 population, then out of this 200,000, and when job opportunity for 150,000. The other 50 will not have the mindset to go and begin to do info. Obi how go had that one day it will be my turn. Because out of the 150 people on a government employment, These 50 that are unemployed, they have siblings among the 50. So among that 50, is assuring this one that don't worry, if I come out, you go enter. So only hame obi to go and steal or kidnap or try. You be aware na I dey prepare once my brother come out, na me they enter. But I just say in a place where the government did not provide, out of 200,000 people, so also 2 people. How do you expect 180 something thousand people to survive if not by eating job? So on the area of people going to spoil your government around, the system here. You may go observe, you can moving cars. A lot of people, in fact, a good number of people, and on a motor, or wine than two for kunkum. Onye richer something na foil or wine than two for you. It is not their fault. Oh, you have for the other person. I hope they're all normal. Makana, I want to banana aji here wafo or so if you at 5 years old, nefru a 30-year-old man who reach a window top or something, Emma go that all the possible a wine down top here. So it is the people on top. Until the people on top are correct their things will not be corrected. Now, coming to the case of issue of Cubana Chief Prince, Moa, I am not for one person. I play for all. As far as Nigeria is concerned, my interest is not just for Nigeria, but for blacks all over the world. Because I am somebody that they made DNA test. Chokota the whole blacks all over the world, Monday no America, Monday everywhere. Chokota all the whole blacks made DNA tests. You will find out that all of us are virtually ofun. So in a I'm like chokota the whole blacks all over the world. In Nigeria ethnicity problem. The reason present day Delta State, Kenya and Nioma State, it is not for the interest of Delta State, but for the interest of the people who are the Igbos in Delta State ethnicity. And on Anambra State, asana na na-egbu mmadụ na Imo State. Somebody from Anambra State can say, hey, now for Imo State, it don't happen. They happen for Anambra State. You are of less concern because it is not happening in your town. If you're in Imo State, I say, I'm na Ebonyi State. I say, now for Ebonyi State, it happen. It never reach our side. So you are not concerned on Ebonyi State. You're only concerned in Orube, your own side. So by the time we begin to wake up into total liberation, forsake here, this is me, and this is how I'm supposed to be. Today, can now what somebody say politics, and then bus drivers. This bus driving and politics. Now, Hannah possess a particular spirit that a normal human being. No matter how much you have, now your Benz, they live large, and your private car. The very day you become a bus driver, your countenance change. Mentality get change. A man that they need to wow before he can make money. That gentility. Go on your Benz before Nejuan can make a race crash again as a gentleman. The way you get lost that mentality, you're not gonna know. The system you find yourself will introduce you into another lifestyle. That this is how we live here.
So are you saying, I'm trying to learn something. Are you saying that just like the police force now, no police now, no one more
it's one kind of the mentality of the environment is better. The environment I'm gonna get that now as a policeman, your salary first of all now 60,000 naira a month. So the only way to survive now may they collect bribe. If you don't collect bribe, on your own. If every average policeman na salary 500,000 naira, Can you hold the 20 naira bribe, man? And when you hold the 50 naira bribe, man, you cannot stand on the road now, 50 naira. For what? Man, the society have told you your salary na 35,000 naira. You get children with the school, you get family with the school. So it is a packaged way of begging. If you not collect, now you sabi. Now, if you don't idea. Politician, no matter how Christianized, funding or funding them, no matter how righteous, the moment you enter politics, the influence of political system, engulf. Okay, that is why in politics they say that politics is either you beat them or you join them.
I beg
So
to
if you
differ.
cannot join them to become radicals, no
Thank
matter
Obo.
how holy it
Thank
is.
Obo. I beg to differ. Oh.
Okay, from where they differ? Make I know.
Even they say differ is about, but anyway, the majority might exhibit such threats. Okay, but Igwageziyohu, I'm into politics. I've contested an
No,
election.
Guam the area where you differ.
No, you
Oh,
wanted to
Ebi
differ.
Kuroku Bastale, that na onye obuna bali into politics will now become one of them. Is either you
Okay.
beat them or you join them. Now,
Okay.
what I'm
So,
saying is,
so
to me,
okay.
a lot of my followers, a lot of people that I came across, I didn't tell you my politics. I made something very, very clear. There's this tradition where you give somebody money to do something, and he will use that money for another thing, either for his personal use or whatever it is. And he will not do what you ask him to do. Oh, then okay address as all politics. But I explain to people that if I give you money, either by false pretense or by dubious means, you are a criminal. You are not a politician. That is what you are. Onyori kebu. Ebia, Paulo Mase, Nivi Malana Aburezio. Eto Chala Mase, I will Nivi Malana Aburezio. You are a bloody liar. There's nothing like politics. In the dictionary meaning of politics, onwerebe they say that ni egu madu wayo, ni anale madu ivie with false pretense. Oboro politics. And that is why majority of people with this mentality, even when they win elections, that same mentality of politics of lying and deceiving people and defrauding people, nyakawane wokwela batana the leadership. And when that happens, they also call it politics. No. Whatever you do, onye tuolo gasi ase koselig, onye nalige go in false pretense, onye rikobu is a fraud, is a criminal. That is what I tell people about politics. And that is why I also, many of them now say that I'm not a politician, that a politician that I will not stay long in this politics because I'm too straightforward. I mean, I know it's too big for me to do it alone, but I know I'm influencing the little I can. That is for sure. So many people learn from that kind of behavior and attitude I have in politics. It's just like Peter Obi now. Everybody is accusing him, saying that ne. Why? Because he said he doesn't want to partake in a dollarized primaries. But that's the right thing to do. Why do I have to pay you to vote for me? Why?
MC, when you said you want to differ, too much. You say when you say you want to dice, differ means I thought you wanted to give me a strong, tangible reason. Man, your reason was just personal protection. I don't speak on personal terms. I speak on a general term that it must affect 100 people out of 200. So in a personal that you don't buy the idea. It is civil, but the system we are talking about is politics. A woman again he would if he can't beat them, join them. Not me talk the English. The English are on us since 1963. This English has been since 1963. So not be today it start. The game you can't beat them, join them. If you cannot beat them, well, once you are playing righteous in the corridor of politics, you will not go far. The system will walk you out. The system will systematically push you down. So it is a place where if you want to grow into the field, you must pull your clothes and wear the garment of politics until you then you can now decide to change the narratives. Man, in that struggle, it can keep your garment of political lifestyle. That is the reason P2B till today. I keep telling.
Respectfully, sir, I am of the opinion that no pugi na ekwenye munya. Reason is this. I believe in Britain structurally for a reason. You know the Northern and Southern Protectorate, right? The Northern Protectorate were 389 local governments. The Southern Protectorate were 355 local governments. So Southern Nigeria as a whole were 355 local governments. Northern Nigeria as a whole were 389 local governments. By virtue of equity, the game has already been played. Out of 744 local governments, by virtue of equity, Northern Protectorate will go 389 with 19 states. Southern Protectorate will go 355 with 17 states. That is to say, there is no way equity in here. So I am supporting your motion that something structured it in a way that if you can't beat them, you must join them.
Yes.
And this is why I support the motion. I've studied Britain. Britain have never supported any secession of any country unless they are Islamic. Get my point. This is not about religion now. I'm trying to put you something. I know so well that none did their Bible, their Quran. That is how good I know it. Right? Which means to us, they have given us reason for divide and conquer because that is their best strategy. But to them, it is a win-win scenario for them. I don't know if you understand my point. So, Mumaketa, Anamago Bible, Anamago Quran, Anamago Alose. I test the tree where water that na only somebody na a good mason, a group of Freemasons sat down where in a way that it will favor them perpetually. And I say left-wing politicians, right-wing politicians. It's just like somebody in America keta saying na Republican na Democrat aburofunde na them. Are you getting my point? So yes. I understand when you say if you want to come out for politics, this is where I support your motion now. You have to. I'm buying a joke asking if you go to Rome, behave like Romans. No chenkem. There is somebody I'm going to copy his pattern. Dr. Chris Nwabwezengige did something in the era the SLOs are in charge of Anambra. What was there, Bomaz? I know. He said, okay, how do I get to this place? You have to lick some boot to get to the place. True of us.
Of course.
When you got to the place, what can see? I talk, I make Anambra, whatsoever transpired, or bros, here come. But what I'm saying is this. The way it's structured Nigeria, unless na the youth get a rethink through this kind of sensitization and more. If not, the majority of the youth that can still be bought with ordinary 10,000, they high. You said something. The mentality of a man is the totality of a man. the mentality of a man. The hardest job is to sensitize somebody to think right. I am of the
Yes.
opinion. I beg to say, because Omadu will right to opinion, yeah. I am of the opinion that civic education and a school will a good vision, but impact here the little or the minute. Because civic education should have constructed us to understand. But mụ ị na-akụzili civic education milisi n'isi gbalụlụ gị nwa bụ onye isi. Are you civic educated? Because ọ bụ na onye emi nọ n'isi the civic educated na mụnwa bụ nwatakịrị na-agụ ya n'akwụkwọ na-eneli anya, it will engender positivity from me. I get my point. Now this is why I say this. I stand to be corrected, but this is my opinion. In Nigerian politics, unless that every Nigerian say we go positive mindset, Obi's strategy might not work.
It will not. Oh, might. It will not work. It will not work.
Nah, they even know a situation whereby highest bidder wins has become the modus operandi of the country. Unless more, maybe whatsoever that has transpired now has shown us that Nigeria go rice na Yoruba. Reality hit go obuna. Maybe unless more reality jiziaki sensitize ya. When it comes to Jegodu Biapalo discussion, listen to Biapalo discussion. If an average mindset, revolution. I don't know if you understand. When you have Biapalo discussion, if the average mentality of Ndinganafa Yabango Obodo, even nature will turn ya can you change?
Simple.
Also na say wasa de ya ragarakwana de inwa. Condition I noketa wallahi buzuzu manamani. What if I make it enough for each one? More than a jiraka or any meeting. Even a limni na latch off. And he has eaten deep to every sector. Not just the civil service, individual. Nezen our justice system. Do you understand my point? So you can just say it. Now let us come to the clergy side. Nezen undi weji mwelu hope. Ekene Maria Egypt na grace yosebu wa unonyelegi. Arabuna go kokobioko. Everybody has been decimated to a laughing stock. So if we can't find righteousness even in the clergy, when the foundation is destroyed, what then can the righteous do? So it's a question on Najunua.
Okay. In one time, I try to, teach people something. I said, I have a problem with Nnamdi Kanu. I have a problem with Nnamdi Kanu. I have a problem with Nnamdi Kanu that now if I was his advisor from day one, Nangari may advise on one thing. That thing that I would have advised him was what the South Africans used during the apartheid regime. In 1912, when I formed the political party, Oya ANC, by Sir Albert Lutuli, the essence of ANC was to gather the blacks in under one umbrella in order to kick against the influence of the whites in South Africa. That if I was Nnamdi Kanu's advisor, Baba Ojukwu, this route in Ghana, Ojukwu went it. Owazuruke went through it. If you go through it, Nigerian government already knows this strategy. Pull out of this strategy. That IPOB, when it has not been announced as an agitative or agitational system, register as a political party. If you register it as a political party, then we can be able to begin to elect people, our own instrument, through the party to the corridor of power. Now, when these people are elected into the corridor of power, let's say hale president, hale judiciary, so you can't chase them away because they are elected. Always you that place, you can achieve something. Man, with agitation, it is a problem.
You cannot
Now,
register IPOB as a political party.
You know not saying IPOB. You know not saying IPOB because of the secret of IPOB.
No, but IPOB is an acronym.
No, he was saying that
the full name. Or what are you register?
And why are you going to the full? I can register.
He's actually saying that it can be called another thing like a decoy.
Yes. Indigenous people of Biafra. I will not call it that. I can call it anything. But little did you know that an instrument that I actually use. Now, I told somebody, I said, in absence of that, what we'll do now is, as long as this crusade for change and then impacting knowledge of truth into the minds of the younger ones, let the message continue. And somebody example say, if you remember the days of Marcus Garvey, the number of people today cannot be measured with the number of people then. When during the Marcus Garvey time, only there might be 20 people activists, but today now we have over 100 activists. Each came with Fela na Agegu when Fela was in the 80s, in which of his popular song Nigeria and the reference played in 1986. Teacher, don't teach me nonsense. So as at 1985-84, Fela is already agitating. Now, if during that time Fela did 20, today I went like 70 Fela. 1958, Chinua Achebe, the things fall apart. If in 1958, Chinua Achebe was 5, today I went like 72 Chinua Achebe. So the news is spreading. In 20th century, when W.E. Du Bois, during that time of W.E. Du Bois, then when 5 of W.E. Du Bois. Today now, African American who are W.E. Du Bois, like 200,000. So gradually like that, we are grooming people into reality of life. One day, in that corridor of power, those whom you have impacted the knowledge of truth will find themselves in the corridor of power. And then there, okay.
Respectfully, sir, do you remember the vision statement Apogati Webido?
Simple, is it?
Hold on.
Yes.
Yes. How far Apoga now?
Now, Apoga wanna.
Hold on. Listen.
One governor, we're member, state assembly.
Tenkobo. Respectfully. There is no people on earth that their archive the complete Naka Britain can be. I have studied the conquests of Britain in several places, and I discovered only any people that withstood British people for 33 years. Belo Sondibo. Yes. I repeat, Britain went to Tasmanians in the Aboriginals of Australia. Britain went to the Tamil Nadu, the Kolkata of India. There is no people while Britain hit in all their years of conquest. Can the Igbos 33 years Ekumeku war about 30 days. I'm going to tell you something. These people sat down to study us. These people sat down. The likes of Elizabeth Isishe, G.T. Basden, these people sat down to write about us for a reason. Now, when they begin to image very similitude, contrast with a people. People don't understand why they are likening you to Ndi Jew. Not because ni Bonye Jew, not because ni is in Israel, but there is a message they are leaving for you in decoy. They know your ability and capacity. Tenkobo, do you know that Obuna UNN Nsukka was left to thrive after the Biafran War? Nigeria with boost of nuclear weapon from UNN Nsukka. Now, what am I trying to say? I am of the opinion, after so many research, that there is a caveat placed on an Igbo man. Not from what you know today as Nigeria, but from the origin of the amalgamation of Nigeria. The British, when it comes to people, they technical know-how in terms of intellect, you can't take that away from the British. In fact, the British did so fast that even they allow people to match with them and assimilate. You know, most of them came from Germany.
Yes.
In the 15th century, people from Anglo tribe, the Jute and the Saxon, marched all the way from Germany and came into Britain. All of them synergized their blow funde. Once the vision statement is working, the Spaniards synergized. The ancient Etruscan Greeks synergized. What am I trying to say? These people are a conglomerate of intellectuals working under one vision statement. Conquer, divide, conquer and rule. So Nam, anything they don't play with it. This is not ethnic jingoism. Don't get me wrong. This is me not gratifying my ethnicity, but I'm telling you, there is something about an Igbo man that is a problem. Now, this is why I said, whomever made the Northern Protectorate to have 389 local government and Southern Protectorate 355 local government has already played the politics. Only a win to go vote before I vote. Evidence is when we were practicing parliamentary system of government. Remember those days, bicameral legislation. And we're together, up to this last one, democracy. Now, the easiest way to do this is, even though we are going, remember, September 30th, 1960, the video card, there was a play organized by the British government that the British army fought a war with the Sultanate army, and the British army lost that war and handed over the scepter to the Sultanate army.
Yes, of course.
That is to say, our destiny must have been predetermined. Now, my point is this: how do we break even? One name, we are living in a simulation created by the British. There is no strategy you will play in this simulation that will not end. Are we my game man at Sudoku? Snake Tetris. Game man snake. Ekele no oneto. At the end of the day, the eka to go on. That is the simulation we are. There is no strategy. Also, he register IPOB as ACBC. At the end of the day, once the vision statement is to galvanize Oman work. So I have come to a frightening conclusion that regional autonomy, a proposal initially, would have been our salvation. You might have contrary opinion. I am willing to listen and learn. But I think regional autonomy would have given us every plethora. Time will go do. The simulation cannot allow you to thrive. The simulation cannot allow you to thrive. Now, you made mention about creating an Yoma state. The more we create state, the more we create problem. Do you remember those days, Madonna said, you know, it was a one-man statement.
Yes.
When you become minute, you are easier to be disintegrated.
Because you are internally divided already.
Exactly. If you can remember those days, Anna say, Nani bundi Igbo, ani ikwerere. One word, Igwe biko nya na one year. So subsequently, Bluzo, Anglican Bluzo bia by Anglican better Catholic, bia Methodist, Protestant. I know to, before Louisiana can be Pentecostal. So minute entity, remember no boda abu Igbo. Onwen boy abonye Anglican no Catholic or natadabo lili. That is to say, that modus operandi, which is divide and conquer, has been in time immemorial and is still relevant forever. That is to say, Tenkobo, there is no stratagem you will employ within this simulation that will break you free from the matrix. The only way is to shatter the matrix and rise from there. And that is why I will tell you that generations will come that we understand that the matrix has already been preset.
Okay. All right. 100% right. 1963, May 24th, na Addis Ababa, when as at that time 32 heads of states meet. You know, Kwame Nkrumah, of all speeches, I shall make the greatest speech among other presidents, that he said, now that we are here, 32 heads of state, let us not leave this convention called OAU, Organization of African Unity, before Emperor Haile Selassie as the host. Let us not live here without one Africa, one currency, one passport, one soldier, one police. If we do not unite now, the colonial master is not asleep. The only way we can fight and stand is by becoming one as one bunch. The moment we begin to get used to power, it will no longer be easier for us to release this power. Now that we have not tested it too much, let us release it and come together as one so that we can be able to fight. And then some of the presidents said, let us take it easily. That if we decide to break out, these people might come. Also, we unite now or we perish. So, it goes in line with that the more you create states, the more problem you create. Because the more you create states, the more division you cause. And when you divide, you are planting enmity between this person and this person. Because why am I go boundary? Well, once there is boundary, everybody begin to note, no, I don't cross my boundary. Why did you cross my boundary? It becomes an issue. So if the African government had listened to Kwame Nkrumah as at 1963, only by now, Ayaga Mazukwe, all these loggerheads, this person will say, this person will not say.
What then happened to Kwame Nkrumah after that speech?
1966, the Britain came, laid allegation on him, accused him of eating the funds that belongs to the state, and then he was overthrown. The same thing happened to Thomas Sankara in 1987, when Thomas Sankara said, let us stop importation, let Africa begin to produce their own. and go into exploitation instead of, and then they came. So I understand perfectly well. We said that the Britain, after all, Chinua Achebe, then things fall apart. He said, the white man is clever. He came with a knife and looked at that thing that held us together and cut it. Things fall apart. So the white man is completely clever. That's before you try to. And then I tell somebody, I said, this system of politics that we are practicing and about democracy, until Africa, Nigeria, where democracy have to say one corner, come up with their own system of governance. Because this democracy, when you ask every average African, Nigerian man, what is the definition of democracy? Also, it is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Then who defined it? Also, now, an American man defined the democracy. What is the sixth democratical system of democracy? How do you define your own democracy? Nigeria no gets definition of democracy. Nigeria, Africa no get system of democracy. So how can you grow in a political system where you cannot define your governance? That today, if you were colonized by the France, election G7, you run to France to go and ask for an idea on how to do this thing because they gave you the system. If you were colonized by Britain, during the election, England, how do I do this thing? Britain and you get idea because now then give you the system. So until we begin to pull out of those grip, to pull out of that grip, those who have been taken have been taken. The politicians today, so what we are grooming now, let the later generation begin to grow with the knowledge that I need to be correct here, maybe, so that our children will not face the same consequence. No matter how tough it will be. If among 54, if not 55 countries make Africa, that is if Morocco can equate Africa, these 54 official countries make Africa. If we get a good number of 20 to 25 presidents who are in alignment with each other for the development of Africa, Britain go shake small, France go shake small.
Tenkobo nachi when no amaro even in Africa nature. Nachi even who Nigeria. Africa. Dozie uno kesi amalo. I don't know. Ibulu Sankara tinye bulu onye nke sonya na tanu no.
Mana Tenkobo, my 2 cents, respectfully, sir. No, chair. This is what I presume. I stand to be corrected. You see, when you study our history, this country called Nigeria, you understand that number one, Nigeria is actually not a nation, but a country. There is a disparity between a country and a nation. The word nation is people of same ethnicity and core value. That is to say, if you go to Saudi Arabia now, you will notice that they are a nation. Same ethnicity, same core value. But Nigeria is a country housing so many nations. Now, this is where the amalgamation problem comes into play.
1940.
You see, yes, there is a need for amalgamation because it is through this amalgamation they can sow discord. They begin to introduce words like minority tribe, minority group. Remember, leniency is not annoying until I make it make sense to you. Think about, do you understand what I mean?
Of course, yes.
Alababuo is nothing until I make it make sense to you. So the word minority was nothing until someone redefined it. Let me make it make sense. Before the arrival of the colonial invaders, Nwambaloto About 19 years in Africa, 20 years, Kayana Kwalia Balabala. Any problem? No problem. 20 years, 25 years, a virgin flaunts her breasts because of Guinea, irrespective of our way to show off beauty, until someone came and explained the word nudity to us. To us, it was our norm. But someone redefined our consciousness due to his ill manner. He told us it is nudity, it is perverted. We accepted their consciousness, assimilated, and begin to live according to their yardstick of standard. I don't know if you understand. Why Ilizia Kwasia, no Boto, no Melenka. Liken this to the amalgamation. Every of this nation had their core values before now. Every of this nation have their own modus operandi, and were their own mentality, until someone came and instilled another consciousness. Oh, nah, you are minority. Oh, you are majority. The greatest one that happened right before our eyes is how they smartly divided the Ajayan people against the Igbo people. Because before now, the Efik, Ibibio, Ejayam Dais, and the Igbo, Egalamela, Idoma, are all one people. I know no Igbo, but somebody came and told, if we allow Olu and Igbo to be one, how then can we sow discord? And you side that, and then Kwana Ponka, Ejo, Apofenki Iche, Koto Rubo, Koto Ishekrimia, Koto Idoma, Koto Igala, Koto Igbo. One people broken into minute entities. Identity crisis came in. Now I can't ayati today. Tagwaya, do you know Southern Kaduna, Zangon Kataf? Ndi ni na so language apo atiap. Imali no ndi Igbo di vavu. Imali. Na atiap Southern Kaduna, Zangon Kataf to be precise. Imali no ndi Igbo di vavu. Their migration story stated clearly how they left here to that place. Now, so what I'm trying to say is this: that we are ignorant of so many facts does not negate that the fact was a constant and still a constant. Now, they might not really be called Igbo because 400 years ago, na Chani na Brondi. So, but in terms of origin, because I could talk now without pointing out any strategic solution, it will be like empty words. On my own accord, this is what I presume. If they can go for referendum, let us hold the referendum. Let everybody who can vote to stay or disintegrate. Remember, ancient Yugoslavia broke into 8 countries. Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And they are doing well today. Now, do you know my problem? My anger is this. This same UKGI in Olwa. Do you know Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England are not more than 75 million people? Man, not 4 countries. But they are not more than 75 million. So, Unuma no de long when Madi regional autonomy. If Inokono na toto, why did Britain exit from EU? Yes. Britain native Brexit in Brexit. If EU is so sweet, why didn't Britain continue staying in EU? Which means everybody, malo, no debe na adriama, he will struggle to live. This marriage is no longer favoring us. Can't we go? That is my question, and I demand answer.
Yes. Udodi.
Okay.
Tenkobo.
Huh?
Iye kulu gabazia. Mu acholo ka I have early morning today. Ema
Deje,
na aina agbali egwuchi iwe kete inwe ike idie gini tete ne gwa around 11. Ije cho ebe ndị na-ele custard with pick milk.
ọnụ gị nwe ajọka.
With akara. With ife ọ na-eji egosi anyị na page onye ahụ na-enezi ọnụ mmiri a na-agbọ gị lelelelelele. Ịmara ife ahụ ị na-eme nọ njọ ka ọ bụ. Onye ahụ na-echezie ọ chọba nke oyi amagbulu. Nnam, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We should link up. You should link up anytime you come to Abuja. We have so much to do. An awareness of this nature needs a lot of needs a very big platform that will go a long way to educate people about our people, educate people about our culture and traditions. It's very important because our culture and tradition is diminishing gradually, which is a very sad reality. But we'll discuss. Unfortunately, the government is not promoting anything that has to do with culture or whatever. They just get the few they can get around, make money with them, and then move on. But God will help us. Aya wiwa yeme. Dalu jisieke.
Deje.
Iwe na-emeli Igbo iwe duve gị. Nyaba yo mma yo. Ndị ichie ebe anyị eduve gị na nda akwa na-atọ ya akwụ gị n'azụ. Iwe ọma anyị na-eme ya na-aga n'iru.
Ise.
Ngwa nna m ka ọ dị.
Odeje nna ochie.
Leva. Ihe adaro.
Deje nna ahụ. Okay, Tenkobo, I'm listening.
Okay. Now, I want to take him back to what I said before. We must first of all understand that the present-day politicians, here you go, present-day politicians, they have been sold out. So any correctional measure in the achievement now cannot take effect as long as this cabal not in action. If we have to say, okay, now this is our struggle, now I need it to be left alone. Okay, we want to go. We want to go and it cannot happen with this current government. The other day, somebody was talking about, I remember the Igbos are marginalized, the Igbos are marginalized, the Hausas, this one. You know, this marginalization, on other terms somehow, that how can we, I've been a House of Rep, I would have mother there, House of Assembly, I would have mother there, in the Senate, I would have mother there, in the governors, I would have mother there, and these people were elected by their people to go and represent them, to speak their problems. Gawa government na lay in the face. Instead of them to tell the government in the face, another name President T. President Anang. So while we are here talking about marginalization, those who are in the corridor of power elected by us, now our people are facing challenges that they are not supposed to be facing. Our people are passing through what, as a matter of fact, Tinubu, Ama that Uzoshi Njaba, Gawa straight to Olo, a 7-kilometer road or 21-kilometer road, Njaba, Golo, Nadehema. Tinubu does not know. The only person that knows about it is the man, our constituency, Gas Senate, House of Representatives, also Yawama. So he is the one who would have submitted to the president that there is a road, a 21-kilometer road or 7-kilometer road that it does not go well from this to this other place. Man, instead of young there, to tell the president, already also area tea. Yeah, when Jack got good milk, boy, the president, tea, sugar, say, don't worry about my people, I will take care of them. So until we begin to groom people just the way you are doing, impacting knowledge, and this person is here fighting, this other person is here fighting. At the end of the day, if we are able to sanitize a good number of people, one day, one out of all might find himself or herself na ọchịchị government. Then on was there, on us now since 1957. These people have been saying, my people have been saying, na Nigeria until 1959. Till today, that people are still saying it. Now, allow us to go. Which was why, the example with South African ANC was Steve Biko, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela, Sir Albert Lutuli, Chris Annie, when they are together and decide to say, nah, in unison, all of us will come under one umbrella. As at that time, these people have already said, nah, in your blog, I will call. So that is the same measure. I am saying that these current politicians from Igbo land have been taken. They are ruled that this you are just an Igbo man, not by practitioner. And when you practitioner Igbo man, Igbo man in practitioner, or somebody who will say, "Nah, yeah, I'm gonna get yesterday. You can not work it time. Whatever tomorrow, I'm telling you the same thing. This is an Igbo practitioner. I was somebody who went there for the interest of his pocket. So, can they push the narrative until we are able? Okay, supposedly, one thing lead to another. Elect as of representative member.
Remember, the instruction says Banye camera, and we have a reason.
Okay,
Banye camera. Reason. Now, Tenkobo, this is my humble submission, right? Nnam, there is nothing you will do to beat this simulation. The only way is to shatter the firmament. There is nothing you will do to beat this simulation. This simulation, this code was written by the best Freemasons anywhere in Norway. There is something you will do. There is nothing you will do to beat this simulation. And I will show you why we are a problem now. For every place the British people here go now, that they consider a threat, they did total annihilation. Go to Australia, you understand what I'm saying. When the Spanish people landed in America, they met our ancestors there. They did total annihilation with the Spanish flu. Because the intent of the Spanish flu, in our new Christopher Columbus, the intent of the Spanish flu was to wipe out everybody there. Yes. Now, have you asked yourself, what happened to the ancient Tartarian Empire? Why are you not touching? Why is nobody teaching us about Tartaria,
the giants?
Now, when you go to Britain today, stupidly, I saw 17th of September 2025, I saw a news by BBC saying that the British guys, British citizens, are protesting that the immigrants should leave their land. Do you know what I said? When children don't know history, they can wake up and say nonsense. Oh, should I tell these people that the owners of Britain is not actually white people, but black? Shall we go back to history to teach them that the founding fathers of okay, do you know the most important emperor that saved this present day Britain looks as black as you and I, Septimus Severus. Shall we begin to talk about the Charlotte Empire, John IV of Spain, as black as me? Or shall we tell them the story of Sicily, how every Sicilian were as black as me? If we don't tell this story right, that is why I just say education but knowledge waste. So think of the simulation is already there to hold us in prison. There is no strategy on Nigeria work. Take it to the banks. I beg, as in this is me, my opinion. I am entitled to my opinion. There is no strategy on Nigeria work. The only thing that can work this country, if like a country on your own, are you listening?
Yes.
Regional autonomy, if what they agreed at Aburi was upheld, would have salvaged the plight of this country. Just like as it is in America now. You know, each state in America is operating on its own. Here they mean California, Washington DC. Do you get my point? But if we can make the West Sigi, na chani ne buofuanya. Tenkobo. There is no way. I don't think there is anybody get fix move that. Tonyo, you can say, I'm listening.
Mgbe nno wee pick interest na the conversation bụ mgbe ịjụ ọga Tenkobo ya kwugodi ihe ọche maka this thing. Ọ sị na ọ bụ na ọ bụ advisor to Ojukwu. Sorry, ọ bụ advisor to MNK. Na ọ kara isi ya turn that IPOB to party. Mbịa mụọ m because o nwere gba m n'uche ikwu, but imechara kwuo ya. The strategy they have been looking at the Igbos from day one. There has been personal imago of confrontation I will go before now. So they know all this strategy. And again, if you look very well, Mada Aboku go Ojukwu that thing before, because Ojukwu, when he came back from exile, he ran. He ran for presidency in this country and he still failed. So Nigeria in and of itself is not even a country. Yeah, we used to be a brand that was sold, you know. This guy go their name Burna Boy. So me, I think genuinely 2 options before they save this country. One of those options would have been the Apuri Accord, which was not held, like you said, confederation, pure confederation, where autonomy is upheld across the state. Like in US now, the policing is different for all the 50 states. Everything is different. Either that option one or a total disintegration of the countries. The only reason why Yoruba person will respect an Igbo person in their nation, in their country, is if we are different persons. Because if you see me now in Yoruba land, when we must have disintegrated, anything you do to me will be doing it to a foreigner. And that's an international issue. It's no more a tribal problem. There will be respect, because when you say that, people will be like, no, that we have built this Wazobia, this thing. I'm so yourself. Because we are going to respect the next person as if respect you. Because anytime you see anybody, even the properties of the Igbos, there every single thing will be secured. But the question is, at what point and which strategy are we going to use to get there? First of all, war will not work, because Faneche kai try ya also. Faneche kai try ya also. Fire war opportunity nka last but very fena. Because I used to tell people what happened, that what we used to call civil war in Nigeria, it's not civil war. That's an Abo Biafra war. That's like when Achebe popularized this quote, even though it's not his, he popularized it that until the lions learn to tell their stories, the story of the jungle will always glorify the hunter. I the school over there. I've been teaching for the past 12 years. I teach in secondary schools. When I tell them certain things, the principal wants to sack me. See, I tell them, why you dare everything? Because what I see that war as is a British proxy war. That is a British proxy war. Because the weapons for use are abroad their weapons. The real persons that used their weapons was we who did our weapons in UNN and all of that, the present UN. So what I think is, by the time it try that way again, fana checking, that's the only strategy. Mazin Nandekalo. One advice in game Mazin Nandekalo. The only thing I regret not listening to him earlier enough. Do you understand? Advice him making him na war, I'm on work. Unless I just think he knows that war won't work. Maybe he's using it as a political strategy because I see him as a very smart man. What would work now is real esoteric knowledge. Like Amanam Kaye see me about no nzuzo to really like not put people through. Because if you run a referendum now, people are actually not in the know. People don't even know what a referendum is to start with. They don't even know to choose for themselves and all of that. So if we can embolden them in any way whatsoever, but I think education, proper education away from Iyana Kuzina schools will be the best strategy, because I think there is power in the pen. Pen is a sword in and of itself. So I think that's the only strategy. War will not work. I don't think so.
You made a vital point when you said esotericism, right? Then this is where I think spirituality or the nana comes into play. Have you seen it this way, Tenkobo? Imagine if Igbo people are all adherers of our ancient ways, right? And we want to bring you, Tenkobo, to be our local government chairman. I don't give you loss. And within 2 weeks, Ibanya as chairman, alosi buogi, ainyegi. Mbata as chairman, edomi ina alosi. Within 1 week, alosi buome nyem. Ode katonio choi bata as chairman. Normally do onwe.
Immediately.
Are you getting my point? That is to say, if we can go back to factory reset, those ancient principles, I will maintain balance. Reiterate it and reintegrate it into our core values. Okay, everybody as a bon ways. From there, Imana, everybody I know everybody I know empower from our Nibo, Gadigo do just. Now that is when you begin to understand the concept of the word nze, nozo. Look at the verb, ozo, from the verb zo, to protect, defend. Ndị na-azọpụta nke ndị Igbo, those who are the defenders of the interests of the Igbo, ndị ọzọ, ha na-azọtalụ ndị Igbo. Ndị nze, from the verb ze, those who abstain from evil. So imagine entrusting political offices to people that are under the umbrella of the just nze, nozo. Their core value is to protect and defend the interest of the Igbos, in as well abstaining from anything. I don't know if you understand that we saw their name, because now I go no Bible more Quran keji bahando. Now I'll say it involved. That is why I am sensitizing people on Ordinana. That I think that Ordinana will sanitize us internally first. Spiritual system I will sanitize us internally, so that within us, council or ward do na lol, local government chairman na lol, state house of assembly na lol, house of rep na lol, everybody na lol. Internally Igbo, every of our representative no active. Now we can begin to demand our right of inclusion. Not to call ya by member the governor echi. Or sit on. I don't know if you understand my point. Because of the core value system in the Igbo is not what we are using to bring out our own representative. So we bring out wolves in sheep clothing. I don't know if you get my. I beg to say this is my humble submission. Thank you.
Yes, your submission, Amaka. Now, if you drive all your submission around, you will see that now I want a tincture of a link to what I said earlier.
Exactly.
By now I need to harmonize ourselves first. Today now, the present people in the eastern region of this country, Ndi Igbo, to be very specific, I want a large number of people in the Igbo land who are in the corridor of power and the political juggernauts who are financially buoyant, and then who can today now give us 200 million. They will release it. But those people now are attached to these other people. India now that we could rely on for sponsorship when it comes to something how they attached to these people. So because we know that they are attached to these people, I happen with a matter of time, they will all grow old and go and wither away. During that time that they are withering away or growing old, we are taking time to groom people who are in line with our own sense of reasoning. Eventually, if we are able to raise people on that same direction, we are very buoyant that tomorrow they can bring out 1 billion, 200 billion, 150, 200,000 in order to sponsor this struggle. We kick off. But in this situation now, in your kick off, it will end up like the Biafran time. Because our own brothers, now Chinua Achebe said, I always make reference to Chinua Achebe because there were great speeches made in Things Fall Apart. Chinua Achebe said, if we succeed in chasing away the white man with his religion, what about our own brothers who have taken upon themselves the religion of the white man? Now, that is the problem we are facing today. Our own brothers who have taken upon themselves the ways of the political elites, the way of the white man. On that our problem today.
For example, Cardinal Arinze wrote a book saying that Agbo is madness.
Imagine.
You see?
Watch this now. If you age Cardinal Arinze, if you age Mazi Dibia, but Ojoronjo no muwa bụ nwata na agwazi okenye. That is why I said, n'ebe si buru isi batịrị anyị, okpukperechi, it brought a sword and pierced the heart of our people.
And everything fell out.
And I recovered them. Then Kobo, just like you rightfully said, if we can reevaluate ourselves and discover ourselves on our own terms and say, neifiable. So on our own side, I jigoda kai dozi obodai that no nya jiega ama mi PG. Na town na igodu. No nya nwele ga ama mi igwe. No nya nwele ga ama mme ka obolo onye nze na ozo. No nya bu alu. Because we are no longer working according to the yardstick of foreigners, but we are working according to our customs, our traditions. I always don't like to say this because you are trying to ask people to come, but I have come to a frightening conclusion. No together is our ancient spiritual system. Omenana na ordinanai. Ekwuo na ife abụọ alụ na Maazị Dibia mere alụ na ya enyi na ndụ. Enyigodo anyị ncha niile na ndụ. Ọma nwa n'afa.
Emeduru Okonkwo ebere mgbe nke asef ọkwa na ọ bụ a great person.
If ụbọchị bụrụ ugbo
emetu odozi aka.
Chief priest. Ife okwu wit ọnụ ya. Obi Kubana. Agụbado ofe enyi efa na ndụ. Ọma nwa n'afa. Do you get my point?
Yes. Somebody say more. Why do you talk about Ordinala? And then this Ordinala is this one. He killed the people. He killed the person. He do this one. And say, only in a hotel from the angle of Ordinala kill the people. Then don't have a problem with it. Also, what do you mean? And say, any tradition that gives an immediate repercussion to any culprit, there I stand. Any religion that preaches to you that there is forgiveness in the end of your evil act, then so in our system, there was an immediate repercussion for anyone who offends or go against the law of the land. That gives a sanitized and sensational structure to the other person, just like you said. Now, local government chairman, Morofo, na mba agma agbapụ mmiri nruzie di a agbapụrụ mmiri ofo etitom. The next person coming behind me before ba local government obuzo jowe igeme nkwu ihe on the side there first. So if there was no means for immediate repercussion, corruption will continue. How you hear government president swears in, if you're a Christian and you get Bible, you swear in. If you're a Muslim and you get Quran, you swear in. Now, if after swearing in, the next person coming behind you will say, after all, he swear nothing happened. So even if I go there and him. So I am of the opinion that first of all, those of us who have had the interest of harmonizing and then bringing together ourselves. Just for instance, I tell people, when Muhammad now Saudi Arabia before he conquered, Muhammad fought in Saudi Arabia, in Mecca. And then he was overpowered. Obaraga Medina. When he went to Medina, he settled in Medina and began to grow people. The moment he grew many people, he came back to Mecca and fight. So you cannot fight the majority. Like today now, no matter how you struggle, just like you said, let us do like this. And asking now, you see that even in the Catholicism, there are many people who will not join you in this struggle. In the Catholicism, and when niggas say, no, I'm a Christian, no, no, I'm not going to fight. The Bible says, no, let it be. Now, if we're gonna, so those of us who have already accepted the faith of our forefathers, we are still trying to, preach the good news. By the time I go in number, we cannot stand up and say, whether I'm out to is or that is not our problem. Whether Obi Kubano or Somosoro, that is not our problem. Whether Chief Priest or Somosoro, that is not our problem. The fact is that we have been able to groom men who will build their chest and say, I'm 1 million, I'm 10 million, I'm 1 billion. So, for now, let's keep the good news going. Onaga. And when time you man, nobody needs to tell you that your good work and you come borrow somewhere. And when time nobody needs to tell you that maybe in state your good work have yielded something very great. By that time, imagine that now, it's time for me. Let's go. Okay. So my submission is, without regret. I'm not saying it so that I will be either left or right. Now I am of the complete opinion. No front, no back. We must embrace the way of our forefathers. That is the way of life. Whether in brother and sisters, I was born a very good Christian. Now I get in church, get the church, you know why? To the point you got the Bible and you'll be smelling Bible. But when I woke up one morning and I said, come check, what is actually happening here? Is this once you don't apply critical thinking, or the man apply critical thinking, you will never find out the truth. So, the idea of immediate action may not work completely. But
Then Kobo, Tenko bụ daalụ rinne ka anyị nụ ife nwanne anyị nwoke bụ nkụzi zuru oke ya ekwu we are still here. Ihe njisi ka anyị n'ihe na-ekwu background ya na-eme eko ka mmalụ ma ọkpụ isi amara akpụ ka anyị nwa bụ ndị ọzọ mutuo ka o kwuo ka anyị ma ma ọ na background ya ka o si. So Tonio, mute yourself as well. Thank you. Nkụzi zuru oke mute and speak. Daalụ. Nkụzi zuru oke igwe okwu gị gbachiri ya agbachi.
Ọ dị mma nwafọ ọ na-adịbago ihe m na-ekwu.
Gaba n'iru.
Ọ na-ana ihe m na-ekwu na-ewekwa n'iwe.
Ị na-erekọdụ live stream?
Ọ dị mma netwọk m nweta ka o si eme. Mba ọ ya netwọk I don't know my wifi nọkọta dịka ọ dị slow this night I don't know.
Gaba n'iru.
Ọ dị mma nwafọ nke bụ eziokwu bụ na maazị o nwere okwu ikwuru banyere obodo anyị nọ n'ime ya bụ ala anyị bụ Nigeria na ọma nwe mmekwata ebe anyị ga-anabagodi Igbo na be anyị ya na ala anyị bụ ala Igbo ga meziwegodo onwe anyị. Nke kacha nke ebe anyị na-enwe nsogbu nchọpụta bụ na ịma na-abịa na ihe anyị nọ bụ bilingual environment. Ihe a na-enye nnukwu nsogbu ya bụ asụsụ anyị ya bụ mmadụ adịlọ balanced in bilingual. Dịka anyị nọ n'ihu akwụkwọ akịta na-ekwu ihe anyị na-ekwu o nwere ụmụnne anyị bụ na ha nọ n'ọgbakọ nke bụ eziokwu bụ na ha aghọtachaghị ihe niile anyị na-ekwu mana for the fact na ihe anyị na-ekwu ebe a bụ maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo onye ahụ ha ka ji nọdụ ha nwere hope na ndị a bụ ndị ha ga-atụkwasị nwobi just somebody like you maazị dibịa na unu na-eme na ya ha ma bụ na Chukwu ga na-edu unu na unu na ihe unu ga-eme ga-amịta mkpụrụ but oyibo niile ị na-asụ ụfọdụ okwu niile ị na-ekwu fadị anụ ya mana ihe ha ji nọdụ ebe a bụ okwukwe kana o nwere ụfọdụ okwu ndị kwugo n'asụsụ Igbo ha ghọtara fụ na ị na-emeki sense. So okwu wee bụrụ na anyị ga-avaligodo asụsụ anyị ka m gwa gị eziokwu our language enwe ya na-akpọ language stagnation ya bụ obodo bụ na abịa kịta anyị adịghị abanwuzi ya afa sọnsọ mmadụ ka anyị na-abazi afa dịka na o nwere anụ ọfịa maọbụ anụ ụlọ achọpụtara ọfụ emegide research chọpụta na o nwere anụ nọkwa n'ụwa a na-afụbe na mbụ anyị ada abanwuzi ihe ndị ahụ afa mana ndị ọcha na-aga n'ihu na-abanye afa dịka na-arụpụtara ihe ọfụ put power bank and a lot of things a na-abanye afa anyị adịghị abazi ya afa and in our philosophy too anyị ọ dịkwa stagnant all those things ị na-anya fụ na ndị ọcha ha focus more on philosophy theology and naming ịdị na-aba ihe afa because mainly this brain now to this brain si function bụ through language. For example now somebody like me I would want to explain something like semilingualism which is semilingual na ọ na-enye anyị nsogbu but enweghị ihe m ga-akpọ ya n'asụsụ Igbo mana ihe a bụ ihe dị mkpa na nwafọ Igbo ọbụla kwesịrị ịma maka ya. A semilingual environment bụ a place ọ bụ ebe semilingual na-abụ n'ọnụ oyibo ihe ọ pụtara na n'Igbo bụ ebe a bịala olu kịta mmadụ na-asụ asụsụ na-abụ mana n'ime asụsụ na-abụ ahụ ọ na-asụ onweghị nke ọ na-asụ ọfụma ịkpa ya aka n'oyibo ọ masụrụ nwa oyibo n'isi ịkpa ya aka n'Igbo ọ masụrụ nwa Igbo n'isi ihe a bụ semilingual person. Now somebody like this nwecha good understanding both in study ịgụ akwụkwọ in education both in communication gịnị ya na-abụ nwe ike na-ekwu ofu ihe ọmadị na-aghọta ị na-ekwu na misunderstand dị onwe unu because gịnị no a semilingual person ka ọ bụ it doesn't mean na onye ahụ amala ife it doesn't mean na onye ahụ na onwe ihe na-eme n'iso na o nwere good understanding but for the fact na ọ bụ a semilingual person ọma mmego understand unu abụga na-ekwukwa ofu ihe but argument unu ama mbịanwu to a conclusion okay na ihe anyị ga-eme let's follow this particular strategy that this is the solution to this particular problem wee bụrụ gịnị nsogbu anyị na-enwe n'asụsụ. This language stagnation is a very big problem and abịago m notice ejuto na anyị na-enwe this semilingual problem o mezie abịazie nwee a lot of people nọ n'ala Igbo bụ na their mentality now I will call them I will not use susceptibility to describe them but I will use the word conformist. Anyị nwere a lot of conformists and bandwagoners na Igbo padị emezi ihe dị ụtọ na ha ghọtara ihe maọbụ dị ụtọ na ihe a si ha n'obi pụta n'ihi ezi nghọta ha nwere n'ihe mana ha na-emezi ihe n'ihi nọọ ihe na-ewu ewu for the fact no ndị a ka nwee population that this is just majority. Ha na-ekwu na ha na-dance to the tune of majority without critical thinking, just like our brother Tenkobo si wee kwu. So it's high time na enwa bụ ndị Igbo na-achitegodiri azụ, focus godi na our language, because philosophy na-anya efu na ndị ọcha ebidoro taa, ihe a bidoro na philosophy. Ha study a lot of things, a lot of actions, a lot of behavior, a lot of understanding. Name onya. When they are talking, they will just go straight to the point. Just like I said, semilingual. Somebody as a white man now, nku ana semilingual, omalugo ye nkuru, omago reason njikwu, omago ye semilingual nwere ike cause na ndom. But omalugo onye bụ semilingual person, or na nkuru about balanced bilingual. Omago ye mean by balanced bilingual, omago ye mean by unbalanced bilingual, omago ye mean by bilingual environment. So ọ na-enyelu fa aka na reasoning and understanding. On a new faculty team up. On we go the solution or na how we put a follow way amicably without violence. So yeah, I need the NAS in the Igbo strategy. I don't think Nigeria will help us, the Igbo people. Imagine ebe dika mụnwa ka m were godi mụnwa gị nwa bụ maazị na maazị Tenkobo ma asị. O wee bụrụ na gị nwa bụ maazị na gị nwa nwe ubi gị ahụ, o nwere nnukwu ihe Chukwu ji gozi gị dị n'ubi gị ahụ. Maazị Tenkobe wee bụrụ onye anyị na-afụcha dịka onye isi, onye kacha anyị wee marụ. O wee bụ na ọ chọrọ ịbịa were ihe ahụ ị nwere n'ubi gị, ihe ahụ ị nwere n'ubi gị, ya na-ere ya n'ahịa bụ 10 naira. Ọ fụgo na ọ bịakwute gị direct na ị ga-eresi ya 10 naira. Ọ kpọrọ m bịakwute m sị m ngwa m ka onye m ubi gị ahụ ka ndịzi in charge na ka ọ na-egozi mie 33 naira. Ọ na-ego mie 33 naira ka nyere ya aka jide gị n'ala ka ị ghara inwe ọnụ okwu. O nweghị ihe ga-emekọta n'ụwa gị nwa nwa ubi ahụ ka ikwu nwa okwu, maka na ike na-aba adakwasịgo gị, ike na-aba asọpresigo gị. So nwekwana ihe imekọta n'ụwa echebezie echiche ka onye nke ahụ bụzi onye a na-afụta dịka onye isi bụ n'obi ka ọ bịa na-egote ihe ahụ 33 naira megide ihe echiche ka ọ hapụ gị ka ị nwere onwe gị. Ọ hapụ gị ka ị nwere onwe gị, ya ọ na-egote ọnụ a na-agararị ọnụ. Onye nke bụkwanụ middleman nyere aka jide gị n'ala, o nwekwana ihe ga-emekọta ya ka oche echiche ịhapụ gị echi niile, maka na ọ ma na ọ hapụ gị echi ebe ahụ o si eri emechie. So therefore, ọ ga na-work in hand with onye nke nyere ya ọda jide gị n'ala. Onye ahụ bụ ihe anyị na-efe. So onweghị usoro Naijiria nwere ike isi nyere anyị aka. Anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo ka ọ dịrị iji aka anyị na-atagode azụ n'ụlọ. Nkụzigodo anyị a lot of things.
Nkụzi zuru oke. N'okwu gị ka m na-etinye ọnụ, adị m anaghị okwu.
Ọ dị mma.
Ikwulu okwu n'asụsụ anyị dị ka ọkwụ ofu ebe. O nwere ife oyibo na-akpọ lexicography, the study of the writing of the dictionary. Lexicography, ndị na-ede dictionary. Mụnwa bụ maazị dibịa si enwere m ebe anyị nwere 10 plots of land donated to this foundation. I say okay, ka anyị lụọ mini research center, ka anyị bidogodu na-egekwentị o. Kedu ife anyị eji eme? Number 1, ka anyị nwee in this research anyị nwee different units. Number 1, ebe anyị na-akụzi asụsụ Igbo. Number 2, ejirimara ndị bụ Igbo. Number 3, mmebelo. Okwu a kwuru milemi, mmebelo. Inwe ike ịbụ onye mana ị mara ife bụ mmebelo ndị Igbo.
Enwe m ezigbo ịghọta n'ihe ị na-ekwu.
Iji maatụ, mgbe m na-akụzi na ife niile bụ Igbo na mmebelo Igbo mere Igbo zuo oke, nye ịmaatụ sị during New Yam Festival a na-eme iri ji. N'ọtụtụ bụ ndị Igbo dị 60 years today emego New Yam Festival every year, mana va maro mmebelo New Yam Festival. They celebrate New Yam Festival, but they don't understand the ontology and the cosmology. Now, do you know why I said this? There is a reason that the New Yam Festival is celebrated every 6th month. There is a reason IG order 6th month ifijioku maọbụ ahanjoku. Now, before you bulu jiribe, only ife a na-eme wee kene ifijioku, which is the deity in charge of ife akụrụ n'ubi, the yam. Obatala, our brother, took it to Ife. Now, only Igbo na wataro mmebelu, who have been convinced that this mmebelu, how do I educate this person? It is through this sensitization. Now, you said something about language stagnancy. I will leave here. I will leave here. Go where one galaba. Oh, onye na-ajụ mbọsị ya nsị ya ịmaali na ife dịka danfo abụrụgo okwu oyibo na nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Ifeanyị Ugwu anyị onye Enugu steeti adịgo danfo na Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. Abeg, mama put nyash are all English word now. Ife aka anyị need inwe in our research center a ga-enwe an institute of Igbo lexicographers ndị mmebela asụsụ Igbo. Ndị ya ba nọla na ikwulu okwu ịba ife ọfụ afa enwe ife ọfụ abala afa ede na nke bụ akwụkwọ dị etu nwa edenye pupụtie na new edition dictionary ọfụ nke ndị Igbo. Onye ọbụla gụọ ekwekọrịta na-akụzie na curriculum mgba gburugburu na mahadum na n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ụmụntakịrị na ife a bụzi ife a na-akpọ ife microwave nwa afọ Igbo. Ịghọtara ife na-ekwu? Air dryer nwa afọ Igbo, grill nwa afọ Igbo, monitor nwa afọ Igbo. This is the job of the indigenous lexicographers in the research center. Mana na-ekwu okwu, let us build this research as I speak to you now. The 10 plots of land I got for this research center, the price value is 150 million. All the na village, Nugwaji. As I speak to you, Nugwaji na Atila na makana mabanguri fence. I don't know if you understand. Manima na nkwo kita na onwe no ka nchole elo na ani Igbo. Ndị yenye 1 billion tata. Onachide n'okwu Utenkobo that na mgbe na-abịa anyị ga-ejikwa ka anyị nwee our own financiers. Yeah. Mana nna mgbe na-abịa Hausa na-abata Ọka. Mmiri na-eluzi n'onu. Kedu ife anyị ji eme? Anyị ama nche ka mgbe bịa ka anyị wee mee ife a kwesị ime. Ekwugide m okwu agwara m nna anyị Pete Edochie ka anyị lụọ a film institute like a film village. Ka anyị jiri aka anyị welu ejije Tenkobo yi ka mmara anya nke a ka anyị wele ejije wee kụzie omenala Igbo. Mmadụ dịka Maazị Dibia amaala m omenala Igbo n'ụdị pụrụ iche, amaala m akọtela aka na anyị weli ede ejije agba onye na-ede ije anyị na-enye dị akọ ọ na-ede ede anyị gbazie ri onu ede ejije ọ na-apụta series na-apụta ntakịrị obele anyị jide na-ebido n'ime ejije akụzie ka esi akụ nwa afa, akụzie ka esi enyi alụ placenta alụ nwa. Omenala na-eme ọ bụla ejije ka ọ bụ, ọ dịkwa n'ofufe ime ahụ na nwa ọ mụọ na nwa na ọ mụrụ nwa nwoke ewee nyie placenta ya n'okpuru ukwu isi dị etu a eme ya ọ bụla ejije oke na ọgụlụ nwa ya afa n'ụbọchị nke 8 na ife mele o ji bie nwa ya ugwu n'ụbọchị dị etu a weta nnekwu ọgụlụ nwa ya afa n'ụbọchị nke 7 bie nwa ya ugwu ụbọchị nke 8 oke nekwa ife me na okuro nwa ya bata n'obi ngwa nwa ya wee mee ụbọchị dị etu a o wee kurie jee n'ikwu nne ka eme ya bịa mala ụlọ n'ikwu nne na-egosiri ejije ihe mere nwaanyị ji aṅụ mmanya ya na di eji wee gbaa nkwụ na ọda awụfu ya awụfu. Egosi na ejije ife me na ya na-etinye mmadụ na mọchụarị, ife mere na-eji enyi mmadụ on or before 40 days. Ewele ejije onyonyo a na-ekiri na African Magic na ebe ndị ọzọ kụziere gị ife melụ na mmadụ nna ya nwụrụ na-eme akwamozu mee onini mmadụ. Maka kịta na ala Igbo sọsọ akwamozu ka a na-emezi, ada emezi onini mmadụ. people aghọtara Igbo nso mana ndị okenye na ebe a ya aghọta. O nwere ife dị iche na mmadụ ikwu ozu na mmadụ ini mmadụ. Ini mmadụ abụrụ iti mmadụ na anakpochie. No. Onini mmadụ is a rite of passage that must be completed on or before 40 days. Ka onye ni nwụrụ anwụ akwala akwa ka o wee transit to the other astral plane ka ọ baa n'ijide jefu ndị aka akwụ ka ebe enyi ikpe ma ọ ya anụ ụwa ka ọ ya abụọ gba mbiri ya azụ. Ejide ka anyị eji na-eme ife niile ụmụazị na-ekiri ya na-asị kedu ife mere anyị ji azụ abịa na anọ? Kedu ife mere anyị ji agba mmadụ iyi? Kedu ife mere na onye gburu ọchụ na-agba ọsọ ọchụ arọ isaa? Onye ejije ya na-akụzi ife niile. Ewele ejije tinye na curriculum etu esi agụ Christian religious knowledge. Anyị na-agụ ya ọdịnala Igbo as a course from pre-nursery till you graduate, even PhD. Na ọ bụ na a na-epass ọdịnala Igbo, your PhD thesis defense adro complete. You what even na-ekwu? No mmadụ ga-eme ọ mmadụ ga-eme. Anyị ga-etinye ọdịnala anyị ntọala anyị na mmebelu iji maatụ ifrọ na isi agụ analụgo anyị akwa. Data akwa na chared ọ na-alụgo ndị Igbo akwa mana ọ bụrụ akwa ndị Igbo. Chukwu ajụ isi agụ abụrụ akwa ndị Igbo. In fact isi dati na abụrụ isi agụ nọ isi ọdụm dị fa. Kirive ndị Igbo na-eyigbo akwa ete akwa akpa ji gboo mana ifo ka media si mee kịta akwa ọcha ebute by bụrụzia our new identity. The power of media to create or destroy is very, very potent. So ụmụnne m ife abụrụ ọlụ ovu onye ọ bụ na nne m ọsị na ife abụrụ egwu achịala n'aka agba. Ife enwe bụ ife onye ọbụla ya etinye aka. I will be na chienu before SE ọnwụ eme convention. I kụzibenu nsibi dị na aka agụ our ancient writing system. Kedu nke anyị ekwu ya n'ibie? Ụmụazị na-ekenezi mmadụ kịta ụtụtụ ọma. Nwuo iche nọ Igbo ka ọ bụ. Ụtụtụ ọma o kene gị ọsị gị na ọsụgolu gị Igbo. Mana onye ọbụla maala ife mana ụtụtụ ọma abụrụ Igbo. Ụtụtụ ọma is direct translation of the English good morning. Ndị Igbo adị asị mmadụ ụtụtụ ọma. Anyị nwere onu dị iche iche anyị ji ekwu ya. O nwere ndị na-asị ịbọọlachi, o nwere ndị na-asị ịsalachi, o nwere ndị na-asị kaao, o nwere ndị na-asị ịbọọ, o nwere ndị na-asị ịsa. Different language disparity but ofu nwalu nke ndị bunu na-ekwu. O nwere ndị na-asị mmadụ nda kaao mana kịta ụtụtụ ọma na-achị nala anyị ife. That is to say anyị ga-esi bụ ọnwụ ka anyị jile ejije dozikwa ihe mebiri. Maka na anyị gba nkịtị agbụrụ ụwa nwụọ agbụrụ ụwa nwụọ agbụrụ anwụọ alụ ya eme anyị. Ọ bụ na mmadụ dịka Cardinal Arinze nwere ike ide akwụkwọ, a man of such repute nwere ike ide akwụkwọ sị na agụ bụ madness. O gosiri gị na alụ melu ndị Igbo. Doesn't that show you there is a decay in our spiritual system? Nkụzi zuru oke gaa n'iru.
Ọ dị mma maazị dibịa, nke bụ eziokwu bụ na otego aka m ji eso gị. O nwere ụfọdụ oge ọ ga-abụ o nwere ụfọdụ okwu na-ekwu na-eme m pụta anụmasị na Chukwu nye aka ka ndị nwere nghọta gbagotekwuo n'ọnụ ọgụgụ, maka na o kwere m nghọta na oge gboo ndị Igbo adịghị eche ka ezuche ezuo kwekọrịta, maka na ha ma na chi dị n'iche n'iche. Dịka ihe gbasara dị mma ndị Igbo anyị na-eme, ị na-anya efu na ụfọdụ ejighị akafa nabata chi ọzọ. Bụ na o nweghị ezi otu ị ga-esi mee dọchiata mmụọ ha azụ tupu ibido njem a. Ihe ị ga-eme bụ na ị ga-agago n'ihu ha na-ezezie anya fụ ka nye bụ ihe si aga, esolizi anyị n'ihe anyị na-eme. Ndị ọ dịrị ịgbanwe omume ha, ịgbanwe ihe ha kwenyegoro na ya ọrịdị. Dịka abịa n'ihe gbasara ihe m kwuru n'ihe echi, ọ nwere ike iji ihe dịka nsọchi wee kọwaa ya. Abịa n'ụbọchị nke taata, o nwere ọtụtụ ihe na-abụghị ọdịnala Igbo ụmụafọ Igbo anyị tinyechagoro aka. ụmụ agwa rụsiri unyi na nghọta arụsiri unyi ha na-echezi ndụ n'ụbọchị nke taa. Onye dị otu ahụ enweghị ike ịkwadobe n'ihe anyị na-eme. Ọ ga na-afụ ya dịka na ihe onye ọ ga na-asị na ihe onye a na-akọgheri, ịghọtago, n'ihi na eduba ụmụaka na darkness na ifube n'ụzọ. But ọma ghọtakwa the fact na you are in for advancement, but what you are trying to say is just to make us unite and understand who we are. You get? So ihe njekwa ihe a bụ na anyị ama nchecha ka everybody kwekọrịta dịka na nsọchi ya na-ekwu okwu ya. Enwere ndị bụ na ha ejego tata tinyegasị aka n'ụfọdụ ihe dị iche iche mere ha ji akwado ụka n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Ihe ọbụla ị na-ekwu dịka onye ọdịnala ọma nkwete na ya abịa tata, o doro m anya na ọtụtụ ụlọ ụka na-ejide nwoke na nwoke gbaba ha akwụkwọ ha anụọ di na nwunye. So onye Igbo nwere ụda mentality na-eche otu ahụ na-ebi ụdị ndụ ahụ, o nweghị ihe ikwukatalụ dịka nwafọ Igbo Igbo ka o kwete n'ihe gbasara ọdịnala. Ọ ga na-asị gị na ọdịnala bụ darkness, na ndị ụka anụnwanyerie opportunity ime ihe ọ chọrọ ime dịka ịnụ nwoke ibe n'ihi ya amụtara amụta n'aka ndị ọcha. Nọ ndị ahụ ka mara ihe na gị nwa na onwe gị bụzi onye na-agụ ya na ihe dị otu a na o kwesịghị ekwesị nọ ịgo against the order of nature and all that. Ọ ga na-afụ gị ka onye aṅụzuru ara nne ya ọfụma na edibe na wise. Ọ bịazie o weluzie otu ndị ọcha si emedo bụ ihe ndị arụpụtagasịgoro n'obodo ndị ọcha, otu esi dozite obodo ahụ, ọ na-afụtazi ndị ahụ na ha ka anyị mara ihe. Onye dị otu a mara about the subjugation and conquest that happened in Igbo land far back. Now, Pope Francis tupu ọ nwụọ, o nwere ihe o kwuru, o nwere confession o mere about the subjugation, the conquest. He stated that ọ sị na no Catholic Church, that is the Vatican, that justified slavery. No fanwa bụ ihe justify ile ohu na ha dị sorry bịazie na-asị na ha dị sorry this modern days na recently. Imagine ihe ndị a mere anyị, o wee kwuo ka ha si wee subjugate ya anyị by conquest. A lot of things ha made to take away our land, clear our culture, to make us not to know who we are, to divide us and all that. We then na-ekwuzi na ihe ha bụrụ their mission and vision, but na along the line na ha bịa digress ya small corruption bata ha wee mee anyị ihe niile ha mere anyị na ha na-ayọzi anyị mgbaghalụ, and our people foolishly accept the apology just like that without bring good out just ijugodi ha ajụjụ. Mana all these things if na Pope kwuru ji ọnụ ya kwụ nke abụrụ na asị na asị. I have the video on official page. Ọ bụrụ ihe ọ ga-abụ na-ekwu na no allegedly, no ihe ọ ga-abụ ị na-ekwu with fact, no ihe Pope himself, a leader of Catholic Church, number one na Vatican, number one na Catholic Church niile, ji ọnụ ya wee kwuo sị gị na ihe ha mere Africans and other countries, but na ha na-ayọzi mgbaghara sizi anyị gbaghara ha just like that, and o nwere onye jụrụ ha ajụjụ. Our reverend fathers anyị nwezi n'ala Igbo bụ ndị isi ụka nọcha n'ala Igbo, o nwere ka fa si kwuo ife ahụ n'ụlọ ụka soro yọọ ayịyọ ahụ ka ndị nne na nna anyị malụgodi na anyị nwapụ ụmụaka na o nwere ife anyị fụrụ anyị ji ebe akwa ahụ na akwa anyị na-ebe eri oge abụrụ n'ọnụ nkịtị, na o nwere ife anyị ghọtara, because ọya ahụ karịa inye aka kọwara ndị nne na nna anyị nọ n'ụlọ ụka na ihe ụmụ unu na-ekwukwanụ bụ eziokwu. Maka na mana efu ka ndị fada si mechicha ọnụ, nwere onye kwuru maka ya, mana ihe onye isi ụka ha kwuru mee nye openly usoro onye ezu
nkụzi zuru oke. Ọ bụ na ịma ife melụ na June 18, 1452, June 18th, 1452, Pope Nicholas signed what we call the Papal Bull, Dum Diveras. That decree commissioned King Alfonso V of Portugal to go into the territory and enslave people. According to what is written in Leviticus 25, 44 to 46. Why I'm telling you this is this. These people have written a template. These people have written a standard template of how to actualize their slave, be obedient to your earthly masters, not with eye service. Now, let me bust your bubble now. When I was in the seminary school, I had one verse that I love to read. Jeremiah 29, verse 11. For I know the thought I have for you, thought of good and not of evil, to give you an expected end. I was clapping for myself until one day when I became enlightened, something asked me to start again to read this Jeremiah 29 from verse 1. Brother, I started from verse 1. Listen. Do you know what Jeremiah said? Thus says the Lord, speak to your people in captivity here in Babylon to not revolt against your captivators. Enjoy your slavery. Marry your daughters. Get husband for your daughters. Get wife for your sons. That is, intermarry with your captivators. For I, the Lord, has conditioned this slavery to be upon you for 70 years. Again, for after 70 years, I, the Lord, will come and take you away from here to a promised land. That is when you get to verse 11. For I know the thoughts I have for you, thought of good and not of evil. Which kind Almighty will be so heartless to condition my slavery for 70 years? Think about, are you getting my point? Kedonye difa nwere ike inwe ajo obi rapum na ndota mayas aro iri isa. After 70 years, Tenkobo, in the 70 years, can you revolt? Can you rebel? That is to say, this is the level of programming we were trained with. They conditioned you to endure perpetual slavery. Don't revolt. Wait for 70 years. Now, let me put this to an Igbo person. Imagine in an Igbo church, somebody now that from 1970, the Lord started counting 70 years for us. So we should wait till 2040. That our 70 years will be over. For he knows the thought he has for us. Are you getting my point? This is the level of masterclass of programming that you like. If we don't do something about this, to begin to season our people, if we don't enlighten our people to break free, this is not hate speech. This is programming. To break free from this matrix. Onye ihe na-agara nke ọma ka mmadụ ahụ bụ nke na-ejeghị ije na ndụmọdụ ndị na-emebi iwu, nke na-anọdụkwa n'ọnọdụ ndị na-akwa ịmụ kama na iwu Jehova ka ihe ụtọ ya dị. Joshua 1:8. This book of the law will never depart from my mouth, but I will meditate in it day and night. If you meditate in this book of the law day and night, history. Are you seeing this level of programming? If you meditate in this book of the law day and night, history in the bag. But we were all groomed with this programming. Madu ye teacher me ife nalu ma akwakwa. Osim gini. Madu ye teacher ko mi ife nalu ma akwakwa. Imanke na agba mala. Isaiah segi, and I will hold my peace. The Lord will fight my battle. Inayala. Vengeance is of the Lord. Ibo kwa nobo. Nobody li Jehovah. Inayala. Until you understand what it means to stand up and fight for yourself. Manosiga amage side there. To your side there. If you can conquer your mentality, do not revolt. The Lord will fight your battle and you will hold your peace. Makana gini, Jehovah na-asụ gị dịka mee ewu.
You know, you've really spoken well, and I know. One time, worry, I went to shoot a movie. I got the script before I got the location. So I didn't shoot to this movie. And when one particular scene, I didn't shoot to the director. When I go the scene happened that now I got Otonyoka, Kobian our family. Now I'm going to memo. Na ka abia liberate here so that they will remove that algo in my father's compound. Can we tell him body director? I say, sir, with due respect, you see this particular scene or something, say I no go shoot that. Also, why? And say I cannot shoot again in my life since I became so awakened. I have decided that I can no longer again shoot a movie that says a pastor will come and destroy what is in my father's land. Not possible. Now, I know the man who made the film, oh pastor, the guy with his mopo, and I said, I think person will get shoot to this scene. He says, I don't go shoot that movie. Also, why? He said, you have to rephrase this thing. If there's any other way you want to do it, but you are concluding that a pastor came and prayed. The Alcorana Bennamu had to lose power, and then Pastor Briapo, I no go shoot him. I debate here for 2 hours. I'm the director, you already know me. Am I able to represent now that I cannot? At the end of the day, the man, policeman here, no Isaiah, no their name sign. Which is the man. Now, what I tell people is this: sometimes, some people who are, brain hacker, I pity them. Why do I pity them? I went through before that. Now, the mind of a man is the standard of a man. Once you are able to capture the man is gone. For instance, the way amaghị ihe wa aha ọ mara ihe wụ anything mana ị na-akpọ every given time the nwa nọrọ ineti okechukwu ọnụ voice a na-akpọ okechukwu ọ tụgharịa lebe the voice si abịa emeghe like this bịa imegide that thing enwechi ị ga-emeri ya, it will now be registered into his brain that onye nwa ka a na-akpọ okechukwu. That is how a child knows that ahịa nwa okechukwu. So anyway ọ nụrụ okechukwu ọ tụgharịa because it has been registered in his brain that na oya ka na okechukwu. This religion of a thing, imagine now from water ka edugina aba church na edugina aba and now we one particular thing every extent that go do the thing, your head begin to register that here na what we joke. So anywhere it is spoken, you look at it. If anybody say otherwise, they say now nwa na okechukwu at 5 years if that boy Chukwudi. No, my name is not Chukwudi. Because the brain has registered that Okechukwu is what he knows. So if boy a different name, I say no. So that is how it is in religion. Now where a particular thing, now feed the brain with a particular thing, the brain register go that now this is how it is supposed to be. Go out man, say time now where an adult, say na so it takes patience and gradual time to convince the child with facts and figures, which is why I tell people, if you want to discuss with me on the basics of belief and assumption, then step aside. Because why? You can never defend belief. You can't defend belief. Jamaica, at the end of the day, you say, according to the Bible, man, when you are stating facts, drug at you 301 million times, you will answer to that question directly because you are stating fact. So, onyoka, biana come, the brain has been fed with negative things. That is why I said in the 20th centuries, when W.E. Du Bois Nonanya announcement to Africans. He said, do not deprive your children from history. Now, just like you said before, these people with a template, they have I construct to go the people how they want us to be. In 20th centuries, the Western world started looking for him to kill because he's passing a knowledge that will awaken the Africans. And actually, he ran to Ghana. Kwame Nkrumah may invite to come and stay with me for the day. So, you know that the truth of the matter is that our people lack knowledge. And the moment you begin to impact knowledge, it will take a little longer time. It took you yourself to realize that now you are trying to convince the other person who have not realized it won't be an easy job. A difficult job. Because you are trying to convince him that so it takes a lot of tolerance, patience. Even when somebody is saying, you are talking blasphemy, you are doing this one, you don't have sense, you don't get, no problem. But one day, you will realize that all my way with sense, go and with sense. So, I still stand on the existing protocol that Ndi Igbo, like you said, rightfully, let us institute a place where this language called Igbo, the vernacular, in a way of demeaning what we have, a way of vernacular, was English. That one day I was having a very big issue with somebody. KNS ceremony, Norway graduate. Do you know me? I am a graduate. I have masters in English. I have my first degree was in English. No, Okocha the team. You say in sense. Also, what do you mean? That's an insult. I take exception to that. You say, but you are now letting people that in sense. Somebody now come and ask him, what do you mean? You say this person is championing another man's language as a priority. You actually went to school to go and spend millions of naira in order to master another man's language. Today you are bragging that you are a master degree holder in English. Or you might in one sense. Now, Chinese are master degree holders in Chinese language. Germans are master's degree holder in Dutch. Spain are master degree holders in Spanish. Portugal are master degree holders in Portuguese. Denmark are master degree holders in Danish. Sweden are master degree holders in Swedish. Who is supposed to proudly tell me he has a master's degree in Igbo? And ask him he has a master's degree in English. Or we know that now a lot of work to do to resanitize people because they have been fed with a lot of lies. To the point now that do you know, I don't know for you, me, where I came from, when I eat good food, I need a lady can dodge. When I dress well, I dress like a complete British. When I build a good house, they say I only complete European standard. When I talk well, and I ask somebody, does it mean that Africans, Igbos, are not capable of doing what is right? Why do you give glory? I spoke like I am a product of Igbo, and then I did something as an Igbo man. Instead of you to give praise to our ancestors, instead of you to give praise to my father who made me to be, so you see the extent of the brain damage, the brainwash, the mental slavery. So it will take a little more time for us to resanitize, because the Igbo man came and sanitized in his own way. Yeah, in his own way and desire. So it is of you to sanitize the people in the way and the manner they are originally supposed to behave. Somebody said that now, we human beings have derailed from blueprint of nature. Blueprint of nature is the standard of a man and a woman. For instance, inside the person, when you take a goat or cow to the bush, kedoye na nama what to eat and what not to eat, if not blueprint of nature. If you are a cattle rearer, the moment he get once he mix what ewu don't eat, ewu dictates that nka out of my own or wepia. Read that particular one. Konye kuzili on nature.
Ị ga-asị kedu onye kụziri nwa m mụpụta n'ụlọ ọgwụ kịta na a na-amị ala. Agapelov gụrụ egwu that I am certain that even Israel anya na-ele aghọtara egwu ahụ ọgwụ na ihe Agapelov gụ oge ruo mgbe anyị kwesịrị bịa na mmazụ nke eziokwu ịmata ihe kwesịrị na ihe na-ekwesịghị. Listen to the lyrics. Oge elugo mgbe anyị kwesịrị ịbịa na mmazụ nke eziokwu ịmata ihe kwesịrị na ihe na-ekwesịghị. The time has come for us to come to the fullness of the knowledge of truth. Just like you said, believe, the dictionary meaning of the word believe, to accept that something is true without proof. So, Obi Silimike, that Nebu ni Israel anya na-elego is happening now. Oge erugo mgbe anyị kwesịrị ịbịa na mmazụ nke eziokwu. But he added something, a caveat. Ịmata ihe kwesịrị na ihe na-ekwesịghị. Ka anyị jiri aka anyị rọzie ata na ọka. We are transitioning to this Aquarius na ụga anwụ ụwa. Ife niile enyile enyi ese itego dịka nna ya Jọfịa si kwu n'egwu. So, by omission or commission, something is happening according to the constellation of Aquarius. Information is being revealed. Onye n'isi gị ka ime script ebe ihe eji pastor bupu agụ nna ya. I say it is even saddening that some of us jeloka agro Bible eye ọfụma, because Proverbs 22:28 say, do not tamper with any ancient landmark. Rapu ofo, rapu agwo, rapu arobu nago, rapu ukwu any ancient landmark, any ancient cornerstone which your forefathers make, do not tamper. He added by telling us, Jeremiah 6:16, search for the old ways and walk in it, for that old ways is the way of life. He added Job 8:8, go and ask your forefathers so that they will teach you what they have learned. For you are of yesterday, but you know nothing. For your life on this earth is just but a shadow. So even the Bible na doga kanante that wider is the road that lead to destruction, but narrow is that one that lead to life. You will say no check, malun ke the wider, malun ke the narrow. You will check, malun ke the wider, malun ke the narrow. So can even na yo munnem ejimegu agapelov na yai for us to fix this country. The only salvation in my own plight, in my own memory, is this total overhaul. Let us have referendum, disintegrate and go. Such a way that we can go home in our nationalities and build from there a happy nation. Yugoslavia broke into 8 and they are happier like this. If Britain is lying that disintegration is evil, why did they exit from European Union? So, in my own conclusion, respectfully, now one of the easiest solutions for ndị Igbo to recollect themselves, to rediscover themselves, is ọ bụ na anyị ga-eme ihe dị n'akwụkwọ nsọ. Ọkwa etu esi kụzi anyị n'ụlọ ka akwụkwọ nsọ.
Akwụkwọ nsọ.
Ka anyị were Job chapter 8 verse 8. Mere memory verse. Mba, ife agwala anyị. Ka anyị were Jeremiah 6 verse 16. Mere memory verse. Ka anyị naluo be anyị jee jụọ kedu ụzọ ochie. Where is our ancient way which our forefathers followed? Let us walk in it so that we can have life and prosper. To every wonderful people who stayed in the live stream today, this is me thanking you and also congratulating you for your contributions. Adimene da unu anya eji m obi ọcha niile na-agọla unu ọvọ si na obi dị m anwụli unu nwe ịsọ m anya bịa taanị ka anyị nọkọ ndị niile gelo ntị ndị pawa tapụ ndị tụsala ozi ọma ya dikon echi na mgbede anyị ga-anọkọkwa ọzọ. Ife njizi ka anyị na-akpọ obu maka ndị ya eje ọlụ echi na ọ nwere ọtụtụ n'ime anyị bụ salary earner ka ha nwee ike lala ụla wee tete echi. Aka m bụkwa maazị dibịa oji nkụzi eme ọjị aka ji ofe arụ ụfọ ya na ndụ. Ana m asụ unu ka chi vuo na ụmụnne m ka Chukwu na ọdịnala ndị Igbo meelu unu amala gozikwa unu n'ụcha dị iche iche mee ka ife unu ntili aka na-abụrụ ife ọjọọ pụtala unu ive na-ava Chukwu na ọdịnala ka chi vuo unu.
Ya gazie.